Hello, hello. I haven't even opened my game. Whoopsie daisies. Hi Tiff, how are you? Let's see. Hi Fire Wizard, how you doing? I think we can... Yeah, we should be good now. We can do our old switcheroo. Boop! Oh no! What happened here? My Genshin resolution's broken as fuck. Okay, bro. Why does it look like this? It's literally just been resized for some reason. Okay, well, you know, it's fine, I guess. I have no idea. Oh! Did I break him? No! Okay, we're good. I think it's fine. There's like a weird black bar. Wow, it's so weird. Taking it easy after holidays? Fantastic. Hi, Wrath of Fluffs. How are you? Happy New Year, everybody. How was your New Year, Tiff? Did you do anything special? I just want to know why this bitch. Where?
Hello, bitches.
Hello, bitches. It's Puggy. Puggy is bitches today. Is it actually making that weird black bar for you guys? Hold on. I need to inspect because this looks weird on my side. We're VTubing? No VTubing. Hey! If I were VTubing, y'all wouldn't be seeing my face, right? Isn't that kind of the point? The one and only, the only Puggy penguin in the world. I don't understand. My Genshin... I'm so confused. I made it fit to screen. And I clicked stretch to screen now, and now it's made it even smaller. And I'm just like, what screen are you stretching it to? Just out of curiosity. Because it sure as hell ain't mine. What is this doing? I'm so confused. Hi, Chris! Oh, I was expecting the TTS to read something out, and then there was dead silence, and I was like, oh, well, fuck. Yeah. How is everybody? Thank you so much for the 15 months, Chris. How was your New Year's? What did everybody get up to? I just spent it with Ray, to be fair, but you know. Oh! Rip. I'm sorry, Hooded. I'm sorry. I was gonna change my name to Pugwin. Oh my god, that's adorable. But that seems like it has the ability to be offensive word in a language I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Happy New Year, question mark.
Question mark. Okay, so that one works. Okay, you're good. Just gotta save up your... Oh, Windtrace endings. Oh. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that, because I still don't want to play Windtrace, and the event is almost over. Anyway. This is fine. You had some friends over for Bri. Oh, that's nice, though. Sorry, Tiff. I'm a little bit behind on reading messages. Having a Bri, that's the South African way of celebrating things, for sure. I think I just spent it with Ray. I think we played games together. No, we were watching a movie. We paused it, like, just before midnight. Stood outside. And watched, like, a handful of fireworks. And then went back inside. And that was it. we didn't really do anything. Did you get the primo? No, I haven't done any. I haven't touched it. I haven't done a single thing. I couldn't be less fucked to do Windtrace. I hate that event, and I hope it dies. But I have 3 days and 10 hours, so we're okay. I will get it done. I will finish it. But I will hate every second of it. So, you know. But yes. Happy New Year, everybody. Nice hair. Thank you, Wrath. Yeah, I haven't done face cam in a long time. So, if I make weird faces, apologies in advance. I'm just not used to people seeing my face. You heard a few but couldn't see any. Yeah, well, in my area, it was like super, like, stormy, cloudy. And besides all the cloud cover, I don't think a lot of people were setting off fireworks, which is good, because I live very close to a petrol station and an old age home. So that would have been like a really terrible combo. So yeah. Your midnight, you did nothing. SA midnight, my friends and I won a Fortnite match as the clock struck midnight. Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty good. Your area sounded like a war zone. For real. For about an hour? Jesus. Why does this say still unlocked? Oh, I think that's probably one of the follower emotes, Hooded. So you should be fine for that one. Me and Meg haven't done anything for New Year's since 2019. So we thought since we... in our own house this New Year's, might as well host one. Yeah, no, that's nice. That's wonderful, Tiff. Yeah, and especially because it's been COVID for the rest of the time besides that, you know. You really haven't had that opportunity until now. So yeah, that's cool. It's face tato, flesh tato. Dan, that is literally the worst way that you could say that. My god.
Got him!
Chris, thank you! Thank you for the gift subby for Hooded. You've made his day, in fact. Because I think he just recently ran out of sub. And he missed one of the emotes. I think it was the Tanori one. So, thank you. Thank you for that, Chris. You didn't hear a single firework? Japan is like, nope, we save those for summer. Yeah, I know that in China they don't really set off many fireworks during the Lunar New Year. Because of the pollution that it creates. And especially in the cities. They don't allow it in the cities. Like, it's actually not allowed. But in the more rural areas, people will get away with it. Because there's no one to, like, stop them or anything. But yeah. That's why you did it? Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Man with 2 first names. I was watching a movie. It was 15 minutes late on New Year's. Because you didn't notice. I mean, if you were having fun... then that's fine if you didn't notice. It doesn't really matter, I guess. I don't know. Nothing, you don't feel like the time tick over. You don't feel like this change in the air as it hits midnight anyway. You know? There were people who... I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender, indeed. For Genshin Impact players, please and thank you.
Hey guys,
Weapon, no,
today,
we don't do weapon banner in this house.
Video on how to fix the
Weapon banner is disappointment. You hear me? Johnny? So no. Dragon? You hear me? No weapon banner. None. No more. Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face? Weapon, no, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. See, but I like it. A pussy tight pussy free pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Okay, so apparently all I needed to do was open the video that explains how to fix it to scare my microphone into behaving itself, because I did nothing once again to fix this technical problem. I love when that shit happens. I'm so confused. Anyway, cool. Fuck. That stuff honestly drives me insane. Anyway, this microphone is very uppity on the best of days. And I don't know if it's the cable or what, but like the second you bump the cable at all, it's just like, no. I pretend I don't exist. And it's just a known problem with this fucking microphone. Outside of that, it's amazing. But this one particular part, and the problem is I have a cleaner that comes in every 2 weeks. And of course she will move everything around to clean it, and everything gets bumped. But it's okay now, it's working. So it's fine. Yes, but we don't turn Walter inside out, because I had him on the angry face and people were like, why is he angry? Or every time, and I was just like, fine, fuck, I'll put him on the smiley face. God damn. Mans can't be mad if he wants to. Anyway. So yeah, as I moved the mic just now, because the cable was already loose, it just fell out. So yeah. Hi, Cupcake. Did the TTS not work? Wait. Okay, I'm going back to read old messages. Oh! Why did it... I tried to copy pasta and it just said game, and I was like, that is especially not what I copied, but cool. Let's see if it works for me. Woo!
Happy New Year's, Tato and friends. I hope that the next year is a good one to us all and that it brings new adventures of joy. Sending all the potatoes for good luck. Hashtag potato gang gang.
Potato gang gang. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Cupcake? How was your new year? I don't know why Stream Elements is being poo-poo. Oh, it says it's subscribers only. Sorry. There is also the point redeem one, which anyone can use. I read all this. Mic dropped. Yeah. Like the song Mic Drop. She's mad at us? Yeah, that made me laugh. Sorry about that, guys. So peaceful? What the frick, man? You chose to be here, did you not? You chose to come to the chaos. That's a professional tactic? Wait, what's the professional tactic? Just pretending that my mic's broken. Change it to angry face. You see, the problem is he's currently cable tied. Therefore, he cannot be turned inside out. So that's not gonna happen. But anyway. You had a chilled evening with the girlfriend and her family. Nice! Yeah, I was just with Ray. Because you guys know Sky is like a big old baby. He's my big old baby, but he's a big old baby. Oh, I haven't done commissions. Right. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Welcome, welcome, Novamara and friends. Happy New Year. Welcome, welcome. How is everybody doing? How was your stream? Good morning! It is especially good evening. It is definitely evening. Hi, Maestro! Hi, Michaela! Yeah, welcome to all the peepos. I'm currently playing Genshin Impact. I do play this a lot, so I hope you like this game. Okay, I'm not gonna do dailies because I do that with Ray now, but I'm gonna go condense my resin. Question mark? I'm gonna condense some of my resin. The professional technique. I keep wanting to read it as tic-tac, man. Tactic. Scaring your microphone by reading how to fix it. Yeah, because that's what I did, and it suddenly worked, and I was like, cool. Wait, how many of these do I... Oh, I have 3. Not craft 3. Time zones? Wait, what time zone are you in, Nova? Why did I think you were in Europe? Your head has a whole own zone. Always morning. Okay, I mean fair. That's also that's fine. Oh, you are in Europe. Okay. You're exhausted, but the year has just begun. You can't start the year exhausted. You got to start the year with lots of energy and stuff, I guess. Or something like that. That's what they say. How can you be bored of games? There's so many games to play. Okay, what am I actually doing today? No, not that. Oh, we can do requests, bounties. Okay, let's start with that. Good morning, exhausted. What were you playing, by the way? Let's give you a shouty outy. Thank you again so much for the read. And what's the other one? Is it shout out? You type it out in full. Like so. Alright, if the heart is not... Wait, why is my heart not... What the fuck? Okay, if the heart is not green, like my heart was not green for some reason, go make it green. Pokemon Unite? Really? Man, I see so many people complaining about that. I don't know if it's like the try-hard people or what, but as long as you're having fun, Nova, it's all good. Speaking of Europe, have you seen the clip getting confused over the word Europe? No? Hi, Yoda! How are you? Clip of Kiara and Kobo. Hooded, I feel like you're not speaking the same language as me. I'm so confused. I'm clicking on the wrong menu! I don't know how much I feel like playing Genshin today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I have so much to do, but I also just don't give a fuck. Because nothing puts me off quite like fucking Windtrace does. I actually just don't want to do it. I'm so over it. I'm over at 3,000 anyway. How you doing, Yoda? I feel like there's always that one group in video games that loves to complain. And I feel like it's the entire subreddit for Pokemon Unite. Because whenever I see a post in that sub, it's always a complaint. It's always someone whinging about something. And I'm just like, geez, how can people be happy playing this game? It seems miserable. Like, not even exaggerating. It seems actually miserable. Genshin can feel like a chore. Ugh, no, it's Windtrace. Windtrace feels like a chore. Fucking hate it. I hate that game mode. Wait, do I need to make Healy food? Maybe I can just make Healy food. This is fine. I'm doing alright, Yoda. I'm just chillin'. It's more like a kiddie's first MOBA. Rather than a fully fledged league. I mean, that game's... It's not too far off as far as I'm concerned, because I've played both. I feel like Dota was more hectic than League. League possibly more hectic than Pokemon. I don't know, I had some really bad teammates, so... I had some pretty bad experiences myself. You're good with Espeon. Oh, I stopped playing a long time ago. I haven't actually seen a lot of the... I fully intended on playing again when they brought out Sylveon, and then I was like, I actually cannot be fucked. I feel like I would have fallen behind because I didn't know all the... Like, the characters and how they made changes to some of the characters. So I was like, you know what? It's fine. I don't need to play every game. I'll just play some of them. My camera just decided to yoink. Why is everything coming apart today? Jesus Lord. Give me peace, bro. I'm tired. Goddamn. To be fair, I haven't streamed in a couple of days, so maybe something got moved. God damn. This is the most scuffed stream. It's like first face cam stream back and it's everything's broken, everything's falling apart. And I'm just like, well, clearly I'm cursed and I need to just go back to VTubing because this ain't it. This ain't it. Please. Did someone say League? No, we don't play League. Not in this house, at least. That's for salty people. So if you're salty, go somewhere else to play League. Not in this house. Because I've been playing, what is it called? Graveyard Keeper or something? I've been playing that lately. And now that's all I want to play. Ah! League is a nice middle ground. The only problem with League is like the amount of fucking salty ass nasty stuck in silver that you have to get past. So, you know. That's why you stopped playing Dead by Daylight. The entire community was constantly complaining over everything. Yeah, I've seen a lot of complaints of that game as well. But I also see like a lot of positivity, so it's like really confusing. I'm like, is the game shit or not? Not that I would play it either way, but you know. What was I on my way to do? Requests and bounties. Let me just teleport because I'm lazy. But yeah. Let's see. Can't wait to get Dota. Someone save Hooded. They've been infected by LOL. We'll rescue you. No. There's no rescuing people if they play LOL. I know too many people who play LOL. You play 3 games of League a year? Okay, that's not too bad then. The game is really great, but it gets overshadowed by the toxic side. I keep seeing people complain about, like, when they make tweaks and stuff. Honestly, don't need to do these things anymore, but it gives me money! So we're gonna do it. Yeah, like... They make changes to the game and then everyone complains about the changes. And I'm just like... Why would you do that? Why would you make the changes that are making people unhappy? Because it, like, kind of spoils it somehow. It just makes things, like, too hard or too easy. And it, like, unbalances the game when they add new characters. And I'm like, do they not have, like testing? Because most games have that. They'll have, like, a testing period. Where they're, like, testing new things. You survived, Mal? What did you survive? You survived League of Legends, or...? The fuck was that noise, bro? Wah! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies, chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, V! Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies from V stream. How was your stream, V? Did you have a good time? Let me just do shouty outies. V. And then we can do a shout out. Also V, like so. Wow! Okay, again, if the heart is not green at the top of the chat, make it green. Share that love with V. You were playing Dreamlight Valley. Oh, V, I keep looking at that game and I'm like, this looks like fun, but I also don't know if I'll play it. But yes, thank you again so much for that raid. Welcome to all the raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Nat or Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I am currently playing Genshin Impact, but I play all kinds of shit, and I might be changing to something else a bit later. Oh, it's the birds! The birds are singing! What the f- Why have I never heard them before? Cool. Anyway. I'm doing good! Happy New Year! Yeah, I think, whoop, 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 whoop. I'm playing like ass, sorry. My mouse buttons have been acting up. I only know this because I've been playing Ark. And that game's a little bit more time sensitive than this game. And it's just not pressing the keys and I don't know why. So I may need to fiddle with my mouse. What the heck, man? Unbelievable. How embarrassing, you got killed by a healer, bro. By Cookie, nonetheless. Anyway. This is so loud. I can't actually think. I'm just gonna turn it down in my ear because I can't hear myself think. Anyway. Yes, Nova, take care, Nova. Have a wonderful evening and enjoy your din-dins. Hi, Miffin. Hello. Yeah, for those of you who haven't actually seen my face before, because it's been a hot second since I did a face cam stream. Hi, welcome. I do this as well sometimes. Just depends on my mood, mostly. Alright, let's stop being scuffed at this game, because goddamn, that was bad. Let's actually fucking kill things. Damn! Thank you!
Yeesh, 7 months already.
Yeesh. Thank you, V. 7 months. I appreciate it. So what do you like the most about Dreamlight Valley? Like, what is your favorite thing to do? Like, if you had to be like, hey guys, this game has this in it, what would be that thing that you tell people? How would you convince someone to play it? You have a good face to look at? Thanks. I have a face. I do, Yoda. You've seen the... Although I cut my hair. It is now short. It was impulse cut. I just went... And it's gone. You gotta go for din-dins as well? No worries, Fire Wizard. Enjoy. Same brain, but eating and can't type. But you just typed, Cupcake. What are you talking about? A beautiful face? It's your first time on a flesh stream? Hooded, that's a weird thing to say. Please, give me peace. It is a bit loud, but the music is a banger. So I don't mind raid music so much, but the in-game music seemed really loud. But all my shit seems to be fucked up at the moment, so, you know, I can't win today, apparently. Okay, these guys are immune to Electro, so I just need to switcheroos my team. It's just a really high-quality VTuber model. God, I hope it was free. If it looks like this, I hope it was free. I hope I didn't pay for it. Damn. Why do all my teams incorporate Electro? What is this bullshit? Anyway. Animal Crossing, but with Disney characters. Okay, I'm a bit more sold on it than I was before. Because I do love me some Animal Crossing. Hey guys! Do you want to come all stand next to each other? Like the idiots that you are. Boop! Self-roast? Of course. Only the best kind of roast. Bro! Oh man. Did I even kill that guy? I don't think I did, but it's fine. It takes fuck long to type with a pinky finger, I can imagine. I don't remember in what situation I had to do it, but this one time I had to type with my nose, and that took ages. Because I wasn't able to see what I was doing, and I had to keep, like, pressing with my nose. So that was an interesting experience. I wonder how much Nat paid for this model. Thank God it was free. Sometimes it's faulty as fuck. It makes this weird, like, popping noise sometimes when I move. I don't think it's supposed to do that. So why is it so fucking dark in here? Nearly throwing my phone across the room. Guys. Wah! I'm having a day. Pal World? I do not know what that is. No violence? Only violence. We're playing Genshin. There's only violence. What else do we do if not be violent? Okay. Sorry to raid and run. Don't worry about it. Go do your things, V. I appreciate it. Thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you for the subby as well. Please do take care of yourself. And yeah, Happy New Year to you as well. All the best wishes for this year. Don't be too hard on yourself. We all have things we want to do, but you gotta be kind to yourself as well. That's what we're doing this year. We're being kind to ourselves. It's like Pokemon, but with guns. I probably wouldn't play that then. Yeah, I wouldn't play it. Not interested in pew-pews. Hey, my thing! Never has been, never will, most likely. It's a new year, Cupcake. Anyone can be violent in 2023. We're done. We're done with what happened over the last 6 years. 6 years? 3 years. Maybe it was 6 years. I don't know, man. Don't you have Shenhe? I don't, Mithin. Not yet, but I do really want to. That's why I've been saving up. My boyfriend, who is an impulse spender in this game, made me roll a bit on weapon banner because he got Raiden's weapon, like, was it in 30 pulls? I was so salty. He got Raiden's weapon in 30 pulls, and he's like, okay, now we're getting one for you. And I got this instead, and I was like, you know what? This is okay. I don't mind this. But after I got this one, I was like, no, we're stopping here. I'm not doing the whole weapon banner dance. So this is fine. I have one already, but now I have another one. So I need to decide where it's gonna go. Do you ever reply to a group chat, like to join a convo, not realize that conversation was hours ago? It depends. If they've moved on and they're talking about something else, Puggy, then it's fine. But like, if there was just like nothing and then you replied, I think it's okay. But if they've moved on and they're talking about something else, then it's kind of, sorry, kind of weird. So, yeah. This weapon seems worth it. What, Raiden's weapon? No, I'm saving the rest of the primos that I have for Shenhe. She's not had a rerun. I need her. Like, I've been wanting her since she came out. So that's where my primos are going to be going, to her. So I will not be doing more rolls on the banner because then I will have nothing left for Shenhe. I'm not guaranteed. So yeah. I need my girly. You do have a lot of 5-star weapons? Yeah, I got... I've done weapon banner like a handful of times. The first time I did it, I got this. Was my 6th pull on the banner. I got this one. And then I pulled for Nahida's weapon as well. But before I got that, I got 2 Thundering Pulses. So I have a level 91 and a level 1 because I just haven't leveled this bitch. Standard banner, standard banner, standard banner, standard banner, standard banner. And then this one was the most recent weapon banner. So yeah. We get put in group chats. Have you're not in any group chats, Cupcake? Do you want me to add you to one? Not that I ever reply, but you know. Are those black sand weapons? You mean the Black Cliff ones? Like the one in the shop? This one. In the wish section? Or do you mean this? So I use Blackcliff sword. This one. Blackcliff long sword. So it's the sword. And the pole arm. I use, I think, Blackcliff on Ayaka. Yeah. Blackcliff longsword. And I know on Zhao, yeah, I'm still using it. I use Blackcliff pole on Zhao because I need that crit damage for his juicy stats. But I'm not too sure about the other ones. I don't know if people use the other ones. There's only 2 that I use. I do have Zhao's weapon. I could use that on him instead, but then I'd have to go refarm his artifacts to balance his stats again, and I can't be asked at all. So we're just leaving it here for now. He can have the Blackcliff pole, it's fine. But yeah, they both are rank 5 because apparently I like wasting star glitter or stardust, whatever the fuck it's called. You got jungling? Nice! She's really good. What's the point if you don't reply? Also, why don't you want to chat with me? Cupcake, I'm just bad at responding to messages, and also group messages give me the most anxiety because there's so many people in the chat and I'm just like, nope. I barely reply to like DMs. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. I wonder if I should have gotten Fischl. Fischl's very good. Fischl's amazing. Both jungling and Fischl. I used them a lot in the beginning. Hannah Bibbles! The Tato-verse? What's the Tato-verse? Is it because I never look the same? I'm keeping you guys on your toes because I'm always looking different. You might move Zhao to the new Animo set. Oh, is it good on him? It's like Satan has multiple forms. What the fuck, Hooded? How could you? You comparing me to Satan? Unbelievable. I'll be honest, I haven't even looked at the new set. I think I might have like a piece of it. I did a little bit of the Abyss. So I might have. That or I've already eaten it. It's entirely possible. I got a good piece for my Ito finally. I saw Yoda mentioned Ito earlier, but... There he is. So he's 80-240 now. Which is cray shit. I'm pretty happy with that. Doesn't need the ER because his team is stacked. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Great for ammo, DPS, like Zhao, Hazel, and Scaraboops. Ah. We get to pick a 4-star. That's for the New Year event, right? I'm obviously going to be picking Yao Yao because I have to skip. Just a sec, guys. Sorry, Ray doesn't want to be on stream. So I just have to make sure that I turn off my camera before he walks into the room. Alright, so yeah, my Ito is... I'm happy with how he... Listen, guys, I've had the worst time trying to farm fucking sands for him. And this rolled okay. It was the first defense one I've had in a long time, but almost all the hits went into crit damage. I was like, you know what? I'll take it. It's 25% crit damage. Sure, why not? You'll be skipping the banner? Yeah, Mythin, I skip lots of banners. I don't have all the characters. That shit's expensive. I especially don't have all the characters. Let me turn off the chat as well so you can see. I'm missing loads. I've been missing 4 stars. So I don't have Venti, Klee, Albedo, Ganyu, Eula, Kazuha, but I do want to get him. I don't have Yoimiya, Shenhe, who I will be getting when she comes out. I don't have Yellen. Candace, I don't have because I skipped on Sino's banner. I don't have Nilo. I don't have Layla because I skipped on whichever banner she was out on. I have no idea. Was it Yai, Miko, Tatalia? Yeah. And then I don't have Wanderer. Did I do any rolls? Oh no, I think this was from Ito. This is from the Ito rerun. So like, yeah. No Ganyu? Listen, Ray has Ganyu. And I do not want her after watching someone play Ganyu. No thank you. I'm good. I am not missing anything. I have a very good Ayaka. I'm not missing anything. Thank you very much. You skipping everything to get Hu Tao? Is she got a new another rerun coming soon? Look at this. I don't need Ganyu. Thanks for the lurkies, Rusty. You skipping 2 to get Yelan? Oh, if she reruns, I've heard things about Yelan, Hu Tao, and Shenhe coming out soon. So, yeah. But in any case, I'm pretty happy with this cryo character that I have. There's 2 characters that I want to get on reruns. Like I said, Shenhe and Kazuha. If I had to pick other ones after that, it would be Yoimiya and Yelan. Thank you, Yoda. Yeah, those are 2 other characters that I would like to get, but don't mind either way. Yeah, Nilo would be nice, but she's like very specific kind of usage. So I don't know. Those are the only characters I really like. Sad that I didn't get Kazuha and Shenhe, and then kind of want, but I'm gonna prioritize other things over them. but we'll get to them when I can. Would be Yoimiya and Yelan. So yeah, that's my plans. But otherwise, I am not shy to skip banners. I'll skip all them bitches. But yeah, I think it's okay. Ray brought me juice. It's the energy juice. Did you bring juice for the class? No. It's my juice. The teacher never shares the juice. It's only when the kids bring juice that they have to bring for the class. That's sweet. Forgetting her own rules? I'm not a student. What are you talking about? I'm the ringleader of the circus. The juice is mine. Y'all can bring juice to share. I got my own juice. I'm not sharing my juice. You guys bring juice for the class. No, that's jargon. No, it's me. It's my stream. Therefore, I am the ringleader. I am the one who decides in which direction things go. Ah, guys, I'm actually not feeling Genshin today. I might just switch to... Hunk. I might just switch, because I'm not, list to do anything. I don't feel like exploring. I don't want to play the card game. I don't want to play... Yeah. I might just, let's see. What is that for? Oh, okay, it's fine if I do that. No wind trace? No. I couldn't give less of a fuck about wind trace. It's the only event in Genshin that I dislike. Is it Pokemon time? No. It is not Pokemon time. I'll play Pokemon tomorrow because I actually haven't played Pokemon in ages. When Japanese, it's in my schedule. I post every week, or I try to. I post every week my schedule on Twitch. So I should be doing Japanese and Pokemon tomorrow. But it will be in the evening because I am going out in the morning. So that's just going to be a little bit different. But yeah, let me open this game. Where is it? This is all I want to play at the moment. Cranberry? What the heck? Let's see. Uh-oh. I made it crash. No? Is it working? It's doing that thing again. Why did everything reset? I'm so confused. I honestly have no idea what's going on. But it's like... You guys remember my last stream and I was having issues with OBS being a little bitch. It's being a little bitch again today. Please don't crash this time. It's just snapping weirdly, like I don't understand. Where is this? Yeah, there's something funky dunks going on with my OBS. It's okay. Just behave yourself, please. Okay. Breathe. Your broke ass can't afford sparkling water. Wait, what do you need sparkling water for? What time is it for you right now? It is like 12 past 7 at the moment, Hooded. I don't know what it's doing. It's being all kinds of weird. I'm so broke I can't pay attention. Even me. Okay. So, I don't know if you guys know anything about this game, but basically, the story up to this point. Let me know if that sound is too loud. It should be fine though. I think it's loud enough. So basically what happens is your character is on his way home from work. And he gets hit by a truck. And he gets isekai'd into this like medieval rinky-dinky little town. Where he becomes a graveyard keeper. I can't tell you why. But in any case, that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm here. What did I was building something. I had loads of materials in my bag for some reason. Oops. I also have intestines in my pocket. Don't question it. So what I have to do is run the graveyard. I have to prepare the bodies. I have to run the church as well. It's kind of a not so great church at the moment. Here's my graveyard. I'm trying to make sure all the corpses are happy or something, question mark. Yeah, and there's a donkey that fights with me all the time. That is a communist donkey as well. I think that kind of summarizes what I know about the game right now. I'm not very far at all, and I'm very confused a lot of the time. So, nope. I need to go put my intestine somewhere else. Yeah. Cranberry juice on its own is rough? It is? You're just diluting all your stuff, my dude. That doesn't make it fancy, Yoda. That just means he's weak. Color weak. Can I can't make anything with cabbage, right? Hmm. 2020. You are weak because you have to dilute it. Do you think cranberry juice is rough? Nah, man. Also, Mao, hello. So fancy. He is very fancy. So fancy diluting your fruit juice with sparkling water with TV static. Some tasty TV static. Yeah, I don't get it personally. Not my thing. But Ray's little brother drinks a lot of sparkling water as well. That's strange, man. Drinking the angry water, the TV static, yeah. Yes, Yoda? You drink water 90% of the time? Fruit juice is too high in sugar? Well, you can choose. Either you're weak or you're fancy, so you can pick one. I need... I need that merchant to sort his shit out so I can go buy something from him. I'll say this now. This game is very confusing in that... they don't really hold your hand at all. They don't explain anything. They're just like, here, go. Go do things. And I'm like, what do you mean go do things? What things? How do I do them? The game doesn't explain anything. What do you mean not enough resources? What? I had resources at some time, I guess. Alright, so... Okay, he needs a bottle of wine, vampire attack. I don't even know where that guy is. There's an astrologer somewhere that I haven't found. And I have no idea where he is. I just found the quarry recently as well. Maybe I need to go up further this way and have a look, see if he's over there. Maybe I can do that now. I have a sneaky path under my house to get there quicker. Imagine there being too much sugar. Couldn't be me. Mao, who lives off of frickin' Coke. I've never seen that child drink water. He just lives off Coke. Coca-Colas. Anyway. Didn't put ice. You put ice. Oh shit! I mean, that's good, Cupcake. It's not good to have lots of sugar. But I can't justify the sparkling water in fruit juice thing. That's just strange to me. Mostly just because I don't like the... It has a taste. And honestly, a smell as well. There's like a smell to sparkling water. They just don't sit right with me. Like I called it, it's TV static. That stuff is nasty. You know, normally he doesn't seem like a person who gets flustered easily, but you seem to know how to push his buttons, Yoda. Who's this guy? Tasty and smoky? A baron? Oh, okay. So he also wants fish. Everyone wants fucking fish from me. If I can smell my water, I don't want it. Sparkling water and cranberry juice is good. Miss me with that. I'm good, thanks. And you? Mountain Fort? Okay. Cool. Guess I'll go fuck myself then. G-Max is rude. He is? I don't think so. G-Max is one of the nicest people I've ever met. Well and truly. He's a sweet bean. I swear. Where is this Oki though? There's also supposed to be a waypoint somewhere on which hill that I never found. So let me go have a look again. To me? It's probably because I'm nice to him though. Isn't that how that works? Question mark? What is this? No, thank you. You're nice to G-Max? Are you sure? You went through it all today? Specifically today, Cupcake? I don't know why I'm not in the mood to play Genshin. My brain is like smooshy for this game and this game only. That said, this game leaves me fucking confused as all hell sometimes. And I'm just like, okay, but how do I go forward? No explanation. Oh yeah, there's also gardening. There's gardening, there's combat, there's building. There's a lot of things that you have to do in this game. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, mate space. Sheesh! Does that mean I have a tab open to myself? Damn it. God damn it! How you doing, mid-space? Did you have a good stream? What were you... You were playing Tower of Fantasy? How is that going? Are you still, Are you still keeping up with all the things going on? I'll be honest, I haven't, looked at Tower of Fantasy in a long time. And once again, guys, you see there's that heart at the top there. Make sure that it is green. Share your love with MateSpace. And welcome to all the raiders. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is Nat Ortado. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I was playing Genshin until a short while ago. But I currently am enjoying this game way too much. It's called Graveyard Keeper. It's a lot of fun. Genshin looks different today. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I wasn't feeling it. I get so irritated with Windtrace that it just makes me not want to play Genshin at all. So yeah, here I am. But yeah, you still enjoying Tower of Fantasy? You still keeping up with the God, so many things in that game. I can only imagine. It was overwhelming when the game started, and I'm sure there's a lot more in it now. But yeah, we're quite indecisive at the moment. You play Tower Fantasy because of your sunk costs. But are you still enjoying it? Is it still fun? I feel like that's one of the more important things about it. Okay, I have way too many cabbages. I wonder if I can sell some of them? Bam. Brandaman! Did I say that correctly? Brandaman? You're based in South Africa. I'm American, but lived in South Africa for about 6 months. About 4 years ago. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. What's poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching.
Boosting views by watching yourself. I'm actually gonna go close it now so I can open someone else's stream instead. Ew! My own stream? Disgusting. I don't wanna... Get out of here. Shit! Okay. Yes. When you were 22, it was great. So before COVID, you lived here for 6 months. And you had a great time? Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking, whereabouts did you live in South Africa? It can be quite different depending on where you live here. You can have quite a different experience. I was born and mostly raised in Port Elizabeth, did my schooling in Pretoria, currently living in Johannesburg, and I'll be moving to Cape Town next year sometime. So yeah. I have spent some time in Cape Town before. I'm gonna pack. Man, I have this one intestine just sitting in my pocket. I'm gonna put it away. You play gacha games for the fun, mate space? Please. Open, please. Of course. If you ain't having fun, what you doing, man? Sorry, I'm shit with the controls on this. Okay, so I wanted to see if I could sell. I want to go give this to the donkey. And I maybe need to go check on those refugee guys behind my house again. Next year. Oh, fuck. Okay, this year. It's 2023. You've been in Cape Town, Bloemfontein, and a little bit in Johannesburg. You like Johannesburg? Oh man, I can't wait to move away from here. Where is the merchant? This man is never here. God damn it. Listen, for the next 3 months, I'm going to be saying next year until I... Oops. No? No? I'm good, thanks, lady. Ah, I can't sell it. I have so many fucking cabbages, man. Oh, I have tier 2 unlocked. Oh, I can get wine. So expensive, though. Oh, wait, I have lots of money. Never mind, we're good. Maybe I should just... Can go give this to the skull. What does this lady want? Did she just say croissant? Sus? Yeah, she is very sus. Getting hit on while trying to buy cabbages, can't relate. I'm just over here minding my business and this lady's trying to serenade me. She's saying croissant. I mean, if that's not a way to... Oh my goodness. Release me, I just want to sell my cabbages, man. I don't have a moment, actually. Release me from this hell. Guys, please. Literally to go away. She literally called me over and then she was like, actually, fuck off. I don't want to speak to you. I'm also married, actually, I think. I was on my way home to my fiancé or something when I died. I got hit by a truck or some shit. I got isekai'd to become a fucking graveyard keeper. I don't know what's going on, man. This game is on some shit. I'm just gonna leave. I just want to sell my cabbages, man. I don't want to be part of this nonsense. This is some A-grade bullshit. Leave me alone, guys. Anyway. Yes. This year, in roughly 5 months, I'll be moving to Cape Town and I can't wait. Because I've spent a lot of time living in Johannesburg and I am done with it. It is... Yes, I can sell to him. Take all my shit. Take it and go. Especially these fucking cabbages. I got so many fucking cabbages, man. Cabbages grow really well, apparently. Heard the lady pack it up. She wants to be alone. Yeah, from these guys. They're on my case all the... Oh, not the carrots. I want the carrots for the donkey. Wait. Give it back. Please and thank you. I forgot where I was going with that sentence. Lost to the abyss, that one is. For shows. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. I'm over Johannesburg. It's fast, it's noisy, it's dirty, there's people everywhere doing things. I rather would be in a very quiet, cleaner place. Like Cape Town. Let's see. Okay, so I need to make progress on like several things. But it's hard to know. Oh wait, I got the bottle for Jerry. Let me... Do I still have that in my bag? Is here. Yes, I do. Okay. Cape Town quiet. Funny joke. Listen, if you're not a lighty who goes out jamming, then yes. So it can be very quiet. Where I stayed before, it was... oh, it needs to be a silver one. Oh. This fussy skeleton. Now I need to go back and buy him the fancy wine. I bought the cheap wine because I was like, oh, maybe I can get away with it. But no, boy wanted the fancy one. Today's the last day of your vacation. Oh, are you... Oh yeah, it would be evening. Okay, so... Why do I want to extract the soul? I just built this like recently, but I kept forgetting to use it. So I was like, what am I gonna do with it? Why would I want to extract a soul? What do I do with it? And I haven't figured that part out yet. Harmed soul? What have I done? Depends where in Cape Town you are. 100% it does. Like I said, if you're not a lighty going out partying, I don't think it's going to be a problem for you. That didn't seem to damage the body at all. I don't know. Let's go steal his body parts and then throw him in the ground. At the moment, I'm just stealing skin from these people, so that's what I'll do. Hi, J-Man! I'm doing good. How are you? Why are you harming souls? No, it got from the machine. It harmed it. I didn't do the harming myself. That or it was already harmed, because I had some that were like sinful spirits or something, and I was just like, what the fuck's going on? I still don't really understand this game. I don't know if I will someday, but there's a lot of currently a lot of mismanagement going on. I'm just kind of stumbling through the game and then figuring it out as I go along. Man, I still wanted to show you guys the pictures from the Kruger, but there was an issue with Ray's dad's laptop, so he hasn't had a chance to upload them yet.
Oh, I forgot. Happy New Revolution around the sun, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara.
You are a what?
Ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara. You ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh.
Ban Yoda for spam.
You ooh, ara, you ooh.
What does that sound supposed to be, Yoda?
Ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara, you ooh, ara.
Good God. Is this to put it back? That's the sound? Yeah, but what is the sound? You are? You are? He wants me to repair something. What am I repairing? Oh, is it this thing? Why did it go for so long? There were not that many. Yeah, I don't know actually. It did feel like it went on a little bit longer than I was expecting it to. Brian got lost. Mans can't tell his head from his ass these days. It's okay. Carrots? Okay. No, I think donkeys. Wait, hold on. That was only 5. Ooh. Oh wait, you can put more. I had no idea you could put like extra in there. I thought you could. I thought the cap was 10. Apparently you can put more. That's fine. Whoa. Why do I need 12 urns? I don't even know what that's for. I guess these are just decorations. Alright, I needed to go get something from my house, which for some reason I can access via the church. Now that I've cleared some of the rubble. There's like secret tunnels underground that lead to my house, to the morgue, and to the church. For whatever reason, those places are all connected. So, not weird at all. I feel like I was saying something before, and then my brain got scrambled with Yoda's thing. Your first day back is Wednesday? Ah, okay, so you still have a bit of time off. Oh man, do you have plans for your last day, Puggy? Is there anything in particular that you want to do? Or you're just gonna chill out? The wheat seeds, I can go throw that in the garden. I maybe need to go check on the refugee camp as well. Alright, and there's like 3 different colored orbs that you use to like like, I don't want to say research, but like to unlock skills and stuff. So like, there's these different trees. Okay, I've filled out this one. But like here, you needed the blue orbies, and for a while I couldn't figure out how to make them. Like, how do you just generate them from doing stuff? Oh, here's ink and paper. All this shit, because I need that for something as well.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? Hi, Aku. Cupcake Boomer confirmed because he wants to go back to writing letters. Oh, hell nah. I'm good, thanks. Exhausted from yesterday, so when I do finally go to sleep, I'll probably just sleep all day. I mean, that's a good time to get your sleeping in. Why do you make the fertilizer at the church workbench? Kind of curious. I can make booze. Oh yeah, these are all the recipes I can make. Meat fiesta. Ooh, red jelly. Oh, and then there's these ones that uses like the spirit juice. I'm like, what the fuck are those? But yeah, there's a lot in this game. God damn. Okay. Let's go back. Actually, let's go back to the town. See if the merchant's there. If not, we go to the other place. Why has this place been turned into Bully Cupcake when he's here? It's because of Yoda. Clearly Yoda's a bad influence. Yoda, you should feel bad. Oh, finally the merchant's here. God damn. I needed to buy this shit from him. What was this again? Grape seeds? I also needed these, but they're expensive as hell. Don't remember how many of these I needed. And another bounty. Oh, but those are better quality. Let's maybe start with these ones. I mean, why not both? Don't know how much space I had for vines, to be honest. Let's just buy those. At least you knew that grapes and grapefruits were two different things. Question mark? What? Someone didn't know that grapes and grapefruit were not the same thing? What? Surely not. Surely you jest. Toast with onions! Why does it look like that? Muffin. Doesn't say which kind, just muffin. Sad looking croissant there. Okay, let's go give this stinky skull his juice. And we can also go visit the refugee camp now because we got that stuff to make more tents. Alright, and I have another corpse, so let me go do that thing. Yuri, I thought they were the same thing. No shot! No shot! Not a chance. Grapes and grapefruits, they're completely different. How could he have thought that they were the same thing? One is small. I guess they're both round. One is small and you eat the whole thing. One is large and you eat the inside. Guria is dumb. No, guys, be nice. Come on, man. Couldn't be. Oh yeah, hold on, wait. I wanted to steal this guy's body. I mean, his soul? Question mark? I wanted to steal his soul. I don't understand this. Like, possible it just says possible damage. So, what if I extract the soul? And then I take the body out. And then... What happens if you put 2 souls in there? What happens? Is this just a container? Does this just hold the souls? He thought a grapefruit was a blood grape!
Hello, motherfucker.
What on earth is a blood grape? God. Okay, so... There's a way to heal the souls? But you need to put, like, some body part in? But that would mean, like... knowing which part to take out? I don't really know how that works. So we're just gonna hold on to the soul for now. Why have I suddenly got 2? The one was 45 and the other one was 83. Now they're both 78. I'm so confused. Well and truly, I have no idea what I'm doing. Hi Louise, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm done with this game, so... Oh, fuck off. Keep dropping it. The body's on the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Quite literally, just drop him. Drop him like a heart. Even though they're stone cold. These corpses. Okay, I have no decorations. Goddamn. I'm doing okay. Happy New Year. I hope you had a good New Year's Eve. Sorry, my brain just like was buffering there. Because I'm trying to stick this guy in the ground. Because I'm a graveyard keeper, right? It's my job. I have to do it. Okay, I need to make more graves, definitely. I'm gonna stop feeding that donkey carrots for a little bit, I think, until I can get my shit together. Because I've got so many things running at the same time. Alright, I should have given the wine to the skull while I was there, but it's okay. We can go back again. That emote is something else. There's a lot of oomph there. Okay, Jerry's happy. He got his wine. It's lacking in alcohol. Oh. All Jerry does is complain. He just wants stronger and stronger booze. Every time. Talk to Jerry once more. My goodness. Dig out an old keg. The village and the lighthouse. I don't even know where the lighthouse is. The confusion is real. Is that a Ushi with a knife? Oh my god. That's adorable. Oh yeah, Jerry. Okay. I still need to find this astrologer. Which, fair enough, I think is near the lighthouse anyway. So I do need to find it. But, oh boy, if I am not wildly confused a lot of the time. Alright, so this guy... You have more Ushi? Give Ushi. I don't have the key, so he's not interested in talking to me. But he's here every now and then. I don't know what determines what day he's there, but every now and then he's there. He just hangs around. Okay. I don't know what to do with these. I can't use it. Oh wow, that's a lot of Ushis. God damn. So all their emotes are just Ushis? That's cute as hell. Ah, I like the last one, the little hug. That's very cute. Okay. Let's see. Alright, I said I was gonna go to the villagers. So for the villagers, I normally feed them the berries that I pick up along the way. Because I don't want to give them any valuable food. Because they're fine. They're completely fine eating berries. Ignore the random bits of marble laying around everywhere. Oh, I wonder if there's something... Oh, maybe it's the lighthouse further down. I'll go and have a look. Oh. I need to fix this place as well. There's also a quarry somewhere, but I can't go into the quarry because it's not safe. Oh, look, more berries. Just for my friends in the camp. Oh, their happiness is full. Damn. I should be able to build another tent then. What else did I need? Okay, so I needed the sticks. Okay. Well, I think I get sticks by chopping down trees. I do! I'm gonna ignore the log on the ground there. Needed technology. What the frick? How many sticks did I even need? I didn't look. ASMR! Yaku, why? Where am I supposed to build this? Oh, there. Nice. Cool, I'll have to make a bed at some point. Get the timer! I will in a moment.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, that shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
That shit is indeed bananas. I'll start the timer once I'm done building this thing. There we go. Now hopefully the villagers will stay happy. I don't know if I still need to give them water. I don't think so. Maybe I'll give them some of these. Does this impact anything? I did a little bit. But yeah, they should be getting happier now. Alright, let me start that timer. We're gonna have a bit of quiet time. I want to say enjoy, but I don't know if it's an enjoyable thing. I don't know why you guys redeemed this, to be fair. I don't know why I made it a redeem. But here we are. Why do I suddenly have beds? What the fuck? Did I just make... Did I just spawn in a new refugee? What's going on? See you in 5 minutes. Who's this blondie? Hey, who the fuck are you? Is that the new person? I guess so. She's going to the new tent. Cool. I'm so confused. Depends if you like ASMR. Me personally, not as much. Aren't you one of the people who redeems that cupcake? Oh shit, she's a cook. Okay, so what am I starting my own little village here? This guy? Never have and never will? Okay, fair then. My servants bought me my collection of toothpicks. Nice. What did you get? Collection of toothpicks. This bro ain't alright. I have to build up a fucking garden, are you joking? Y'all better start making me money at some point. Or I'll bust in my ass for these people. They had toothpicks back then, apparently, but only the bougie people, the fancy boys. Okay, I guess I'll come back later. They're busy with things. There's no actual quest log, so you kind of just have to remember what you're doing. Oh Jesus! Fucking bats! It's freaking bats, man! What did I need for this? Oh, I need paper. Shit. That's fine. That's another day's problem. Goodbye. I don't need to fight you. I actually don't know what I need, because you fight the bats, you get the bat wings. But I don't know what you do with the bat wings, because I haven't found a purpose yet. Your memory's bad. Yeah, so is mine. I really struggle with this game, because there's just so many things to remember. All the damn time. Oh, I needed more of these. Fuck. And I've run out of stone again. Fuck. Ow. Okay, I needed... What did I need? There was something else I wanted to do. Shit. I can't remember what it was. I might need to go plant the grapes as well, so let me go take this up. Time to get the notepad out and make your own quest log. The only thing is, the game minimizes. Despite changing the settings, it still minimizes when I tab out. So, like... I don't wanna. I keep forgetting it's 4 seeds per plot. So I only bought enough for 2 there, but it's okay. What the fuck are these? I didn't plant those. I'll fucking take it though. Any others miraculously started growing? No. The timer is up, thank the fucking Pope, man. I fucking suck at being quiet. It's so difficult. Oh my god, all I want to do is sit and rage and complain about shit and then I have to sit there and be quiet. It's unbelievable. Oh, I wanted to go look for the lighthouse as well. Thanks, Pope. I mean, technically there's a Pope in this game, so, you know. This is a burnt down house. Not me just stating the obvious there. And then there's a grave here as well. And I'm like, Don't know if I should fiddle around with that. Some random burnt down house. And some person's grave. So there's supposedly a portal here. Ah, need technology. Whenever I see that, I immediately forget. I'm just like, okay, goodbye. So there's this thing. Which I'm guessing is the portal. But I also have no fucking idea. Here's where they burn witches, though. Because that's a thing that they do in this game. Yeah, so one of my quests, and I can't remember who gave it to me. Oh, it's just me. It's to activate the portal on Witch Hill. But I have to go speak to the astrologer about it. And I don't have any idea where the astrologer is. But I did say I was going to go look for the lighthouse. Which might be in the one place that I haven't gone to. Hopefully. Otherwise I got no fucking idea. It seems too confusing. So Ray said the same thing. And I was like, you know what? It is kind of confusing. Because it kind of just throws you into the deep end. And it's like, here. Go do stuff. And I'm like, okay, but what stuff? And where do I do it? How do I do it? Do I have to learn something before I can do it? There's a lot of questions and a lot of fumbling. One of the things that it kind of like, I don't want to say punish, but it like, you can't just move these buildings. So once you put them there, they're stuck there. So that's one thing I had to learn the hard way. Let's see, can put the water away. Can throw that in there, can throw that in there. Let's go put the fertilizer away. Also, for some reason, I've been getting maggots from, like, the compost heaps. And I don't know what to do with them. And I have 42 maggots currently as a result. So, yeah. Okay, I can put the silk away as well, because I need to wait for the refugees to gain more happiness. And then I guess I'll just drink the wine when I need it. What does it give me? Oh, geez, it gives a lot actually. Okay, kind of worth then. Alright. I said we were going to go look for that other thing. What day is it today? It is not a preaching day. Your OCD would die, you need to move shit, right? I hate it, but for the moment I am just pretending that I do not see it because the alternative is focusing too much on that stuff and getting annoyed and wanting to move everything around. So I'm just going to pretend I don't see it. Pretend that things aren't in the wrong place and that doesn't make me annoyed. Because the alternative is like, you have to destroy the thing and then rebuild it, which means you're wasting resources. And your energy, because you have to destroy something and then rebuild it. This is my local weed dealer down here. His name is Dig. Ding dong, bing bang bong, he says. He sells seed oil, hemp rope, hemp seeds, and hemp. So here's his little garden. Oh, hello. Here's where he makes the oil. I can't use it though, apparently. That's some bullshit. Is your weed dealer cheap? No, I don't think so. His shit's so expensive. He's like, in the early game, he stole all my money. What an asshole. How could he? Oh, fruit tree. And rock. My guy, what are you doing? No, give me fruits. I don't want flowers. Oh, I picked up a butterfly. There's even an apple on the ground there next to this tree and I still can't pick it up. My dude. Probably should have learned that a while ago, but it's okay. Let me gather the apples. Stinky game. So yes, this game doesn't hold your hand at all. It doesn't tell you what to do or how to do it. Kind of just like, you get thrown into the deep end, very much so. But it's kind of fun trying to figure things out. I mean, sometimes it's frustrating, but I've been playing this game for like... No, this is the Lighthouse Keeper. Holy macro, boy! You look like someone who desires to be a part of the magic world of fishing. Oi, oi, oi. I do need to go fishing because there's actually a couple people who need fish from me. Hey yo! Fish soup. Fish nuggets. Bring me some moths. He wants 6 moths. Okay. Alternatively, I could just buy it for 2 silver. Those all different kinds of fish. So I need to... There's some guy that I need to give fish to. Like normal fish. And then there's another one that wants quality fish. Because he's a fussy bitch. In fact, I think it was actually the Pope. Or the Bishop, rather. That's a big old veggie garden. Can I steal this shit? No? Why would I want to weed it then? Not enough energy? Damn it. Like, why would it let me weed this if I can't take the crops out of the garden? Weird. Honestly, I just need to find that fucking... What's his name? The astrologer? I would have thought that he'd be here because I've explored almost everything. I can't go into the camp. Is there something else there maybe? I see that there's a little doohickey over here, which I thought would be for him. Maybe he only comes out at night so he can see the stars? Question mark. Like I said, this game doesn't really explain anything. Just throws you in the deep end. It's like, here, go play, go figure out. Which is not terrible, but it's also not great. For someone like me who needs a little more guidance than that. So yeah, I have no idea when this guy will appear. Maybe if I go touch this. No? No? Okay, cool. I guess I can go check on other days as well and see, like, when he appears. If he does anything. Because he's supposed to tell me about vampires. I think. Yeah, I need to ask him about the vampire attack. Because there was a vampire attack. There was some woman in the tavern who was, like, cheating on her husband or whatever. And she was like, no, actually, it was a vampire. And the vampire was coming to bite me. And that was her excuse to her husband. So her husband's like, I don't believe you. And she's like, no, go speak to the astrologer. The astrologer will tell you that the vampire is real. Whoa! What is a skull? Why did I just find a skull? That'll teach me to dig random holes in the wilderness. Clearly that's my weed dealer. Someone tried to expose him, so he took care of them. Look, here's another one. Silver nuggets. Interesting. Sounds like Don't Starve. No idea what to do and you just have to figure shit out. Yeah! I was actually telling Mao that as well, because like... And that game's hard as well. Sulfur? What the hell is going on? What are these weird... I've never seen them before. It's like weird little mounds. Where am I? Oh yeah, there's nothing up this way. It'd be sleepy time! Sweetest dreams, Puggy! Thank you for hanging out with us a little bit. Words. My words up. Anyway. have a nice sleepies, sweetest dreams. We'll see you next time. That was this guy. I think this guy also wanted fish. This is one of the guys that wanted fish. Yeah, he just wants silver star fish fillets. Okay. Don't starve is stupid hard. It is, it is. I was telling Mal that because, like, I remember when I started playing, like, I didn't really understand what I needed to do, but I remember one of the things that I kept dying to was the wolves, and it's because I never had a wall. So, at some point, I managed to get far enough that I was able to build a wall, but it was, like, really difficult getting to that point. Because, again, they just throw you in the deep end. They're like, yeah, go. My pickaxe just broke. God damn it. Fishing spot. Okay, you need a fishing rod. Oh, right. I needed to catch moths, didn't I? How the fuck do you catch a moth? Hmm. Your insanity was always too high. Oh yeah, that was another issue. Balancing that shit. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't actually play too much of the game. Because I got frustrated and I gave up because I couldn't figure out how to do things. So it just felt like constantly losing. Oh man, I do not have enough space. Do skulls at least stack? They do. Now I have silver for some reason. But yeah, so there was just a lot of things to keep track of. And not enough brain cells to do the track keeping, you know? So it just got really frustrating and I was like, no, I'm done. And I never played, because there's Don't Starve Together, where you play with other people, and I never played it with anyone else. Which apparently that helps, if you play with other people. You played for 6 or 7 hours? Wait, like in one sitting? And then you called it? I think I actually need to start building chests, because... I am running out of space. Yeah, I didn't want to have that butterfly in my pocket. Alright, I know that there was a corpse in the morgue, so let's go take care of that. Because I'm going to stop giving the donkey carrots. Whoa, there was 2 in here. Whoopsie. My bad, homies. I might just leave all this junk intact. Because I don't necessarily want to take anything at the moment. I don't know if I need anything. I also don't know what to do with any of these shits. So that's another times problem. So that's one of the things that they just don't explain. Like when I started doing the autopsy stuff, I was like, wait, do I actually need to take people's things? Or can I just leave the body parts inside? In about 2 or 3. First sitting was 2 hours, and you played for another 3. Got far, died, gave up, played 1 more for an hour and decided I was too dumb. Yeah, I feel that, man. I definitely feel that. Because yeah, I think I had basically the same experience. That game just has a way of making you feel dumb. Okay. And then I need to make another one. I hate that they don't make any of the blocks like a perfect size for anything that you actually need to build. It's always like 1 block too big, 1 block too wide, and some things you can't rotate either, and I'm just like, why would you do this to me? You're driving me insane over here. they have something fancy, I'll take it, but I don't think I need anything. I don't think I need anything for now. I could always just dig them up later. That's another thing you can do for some reason. You can dig up bodies. What was that noise? Okay, so I have 3 graves that need to be sorted out. So let's see if I can go sort them out quickly. And tomorrow I need to remember to do a sermon. Oh, is it just someone's car? Someone's skodonki's making noises. Okay, let's see. I should probably make extra. Yeah, I think, when I played... I'm actually curious now, I want to go look. Because I know I didn't play a lot. So in Don't Starve Together, and I can't tell you who I played with, but it says 15 hours. But I don't know, I don't see Don't Starve anywhere, I don't only see... Oh, I only have Don't Starve Together, I don't have the other one. But I played 15 hours of that, and it sucked, man. Big time. Mostly because I was a dummy, but you know. Yeah, I honestly can't tell you what I did in that time. I have no idea myself. I need to sleep. I'm sleepy. Why you make that face, Mel? Why you make a crossy face? Ow. Man, my wrist still hurts. I don't know what I did to it, but... You want to try and teach me? But it's so stressful. Alright, let's make this bitch beautiful. Ooh, the bishop gave me a fright there. What's cracking, homie? Just putting some people in the ground? Don't mind me. Okay. Oh, he wants the quality. Actually, did I put this outside or did I put it downstairs? Put it downstairs. How's Sky doing? He's doing okay. He wasn't a fan of the New Year's thunderstorm and then fireworks. So that wasn't his favorite thing. He seems to be going downhill pretty fast. His ability to get up by himself is really bad. So most of the time I have to pick him up to help him like stand up. And even then sometimes he's still very wobbly when he does get up. So yeah, not doing too well. But there's nothing that we can actually do, so we kind of just... Okay! What do you mean okay? What the fuck, guys? Give me your money! The thing is, like, he's old. He's... Ooh, that's nice. Damn! Okay, that's a lot of money. He's old and it's just going to keep happening. It's going to keep getting worse. Like we can't fix what's wrong with him currently. We can't make it better. We're literally just making him comfortable. So making sure that he's happy, that... Oh, I wanted to come build this. Happy, comfortable. That's all I can really hope for. So it's not so much a case of, like... Oh yeah, he's doing good. It's just like, he's comfortable, you know? I don't know how much more time he has with us. And then the more I think about it, the fewer and fewer it feels like. But yeah. Just hanging in. It's kind of difficult some days, like watching him struggle. But I also know that I can't do anything for him, so we're just waiting it out. But he's still eating. He'll still come and bug me for treats. He like bounces if we go out and we come back home. He bounces around, not as much as he used to, but he still gets like excited. All right. So when you start this place, it already has this bench here. This bench that's now been placed in a way that it makes it impossible to place anything else. This one box space. Really questionable decisions sometimes with how they place things in this game. Because like I said, you can't move anything. He has all the love in the world. I can only hope so. Pigskin paper? What the fuck? And then use the pigskin paper to make clean paper? Hemp rope, candles. Okay. Interesting. Pigskin paper. That's so gross. So either I use one human skin or I use the bat wings, which I have a couple of. Let me go look at my bat wings. You played 134 hours? Damn. I mean, as long as you're still having fun with it, right? I have 9. Actually, I can put this in the church now, because I know that I'll use it there. So you can use like all the human bits for things. Like, I don't know if you guys saw, but you can use the fat to make candles, which you then put up in your church. Not weird at all. But yeah, I can make paper. Because I needed paper for the... this is so weird. I needed paper for something. I also don't know where to get more iron from. Because I'm running low, and there was other iron that I saw like in a swamp or whatever, but I couldn't actually reach it. I don't know if I need to do something to get there. But it's like just out of reach, basically. Like I can walk on some parts, but not the other. Oh, wait, hold on. There's one over here. Haha! Great success. It's honestly like a bit of a maze trying to get around this place. Huh. I haven't actually spent too much time trying to get through it. So I don't know if there's maybe some places that I just haven't tried to go to yet. There's a little fishing spot. Hi, Joggin! How are you? There's frogs here. Oh, god, that's the hiccup grass I've been eating for a while. Lol. I kept wondering where it was, and then I just never found it. I was like, oh, I guess I can't find it then. And I just gave up looking. How's things in here? Not too bad. I started with playing Genshin, but I wasn't really feeling it, so I kind of just gave up with it. I was just like, eh. This is fine. And I was just complaining now about not having any iron. And I wasn't sure how to get to the iron in this place, and now I just got a bunch of it, so... I'm just proving myself wrong today, apparently. How's your day been? You're back at work, right? Also, I'm using the flesh tuber again. It's Hu Tao Simulator? Wait, why Hu Tao? How to get there? This away? God, I'm never getting out of this place. I don't know how I got here. Wait, why do you have today off? Because yesterday was the first, or... Remember you said you wanted to take some time off as well. Funeral oh right, graveyard, dead people. Yes, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, except I think I actually do a pretty okay job. I don't know if we can say the same about Hu Tao and her mismanagement of the dead. Yeah, I don't know how to get around this shit. I get stuck on everything. Does not seem like a walkable path a lot of the time. I am unsure. Definitely can't go that way. Okay, so you actually have some time off, because I know you said you didn't have, like, over Christmas period. You wouldn't have that time off. Like, maybe Christmas Day, but not like... South Africa, we get, like, pretty long holidays. Who was the hiccups for? Oh, it was the merchant. Oh, the merchant's a bit of an ass. One day for Christmas and one for New Year. That's so crazy, though, because... People keep saying America is like a Christian country, but like, what about like all the Christian holidays? So like, suddenly can't remember any of them. Like Easter, do you get like Easter weekend off? Like the long weekend? Other places give more, but it's not common. Yeah, that's why I find it so weird. Combine food and drink to the gamepad arrows. Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I don't know how to bind anything there. So, you're capitalist before Christian? Oh no. Sounds like Salzburg, they're allergic to holidays. Oh, husband, that's horrible. Yeah, I think Jargon always complained, well not complained, but like remarked on how many holidays we have in South Africa. And honestly, never noticed before. I think I might just sell this back to the guy because I'm not going to use it for me. I'll keep it. It's fine, I guess. Complained out of jealousy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, whoa, fucking gold tier onion rings? Damn. Why don't you use teleport stones? Because I've just never bought any. I've never tried them before. I just walk around everywhere. I choose to make my life difficult. Where's the freaking merchant though? I needed to give him the hiccup grass because I finally found it. When you get paid hourly. Eater? Oh, Easter. Easter sucks. Yeah. But if you get paid for working on a holiday, then it's pretty good. Just requires that your company actually stay open over that time. Okay, hold on. I want to go check this place. What places can you teleport to? I've never looked at the teleporters before. I don't know how that shit works. This game doesn't explain anything, so I kind of just stumble along at my own pace. You get 8 holidays in the year. Okay, so I need 4 planks and the rest of the stuff I've got on me. I'll be honest, I don't even know what holidays we have in South Africa. I normally just get told when we have holidays, what they are. And actually, the last public holiday, I didn't know what day it was until like the end of the day. And I think Mao told me that it was a public holiday. And I was like, oh. Because Ray doesn't follow the South African holidays anymore. Alright. Beehives. I need to catch bees. Shit. How do I catch bees? Will I get some out of the hive? You don't know until the week before. Yeah, that's me with holidays. Except I apparently ask at the end of the day what holiday it was that day. I got beeswax that time. Instantly takes you to certain places in the game. Oh, so it's not like a single-use item? I thought it was like a single-use kind of thing, so I was like, that's a lot of money, I don't want to buy it. But if it's like multiple use, then it could be pretty good. Hey, the boys are looking happy. What's cracking, homies? Y'all good? Let's see, we can build another one of these. One of those. I just want to know, where's the other... Because there's only 4 tents here, but it says 5. It's a cooldown? Ah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that this game doesn't explain, so I kind of just like... Whoa. And this guy? He's in a fucking hurry. Oh, he's the new guy, probably. Oh, he's gonna go live with the cook. I mean, to be fair, it's not my business what these people be doing in their spare time. I'm just curious what's going on. What day was today, right? The only reason... Hey! I got a singular bee! Okay, we're winning, guys. I have 1 bee. Do I need 4? At least the bees don't sting me anymore, so that's something. When you start, the bees, like, hit you for, like, I think it's like 15 HP every time. And you don't have a big HP pool. So... You don't have a big health pool. Is what I was trying to say. Gotta keep an eye out for the bee holes. And the bats! Fuck! The bats and the bee holes. The bee holes are everywhere. Okay, what did this need again? Christ! On a bike. Okay. I feel like I'm doing a lot of this in the wrong order, but it's okay. But I have more iron now, so that's cool. Because I'm kind of running low on that. But yes, a lot of this game for me so far has just been a fail as you go. Figure it out along the way. Still haven't figured out where to get moths though. Would it be from picking flowers at night? Question mark. So far I've only gotten one butterfly, so not too sure about that. Mushrooms? Moths like mushrooms, right? Oh, that's cute. My pockets are very full though. Okay. I am carrying well too much crap. I have one moth and one... Wait, when did I get the fucking moth? What? Hi, Edge. How are you? Do I have any reason to not do all of them? Yes, I do not have enough fuel for that, so that's fine. We'll do 14 for now. My nose is so tickly and I don't know why. Okay, let's pick another thing to do. I still don't know where the fucking astrologer is. Oh, that's showing the days that they appear. Okay, so on a moon day, I need to go look for the astrologer, and I think he'll be by the lighthouse. Happy and all that. Nice. I'm doing alright. Some days are harder than others. But that's life sometimes. Okay. Well, that makes sense, because I saw Snake under my house on the bull day. And then the merchant is the quake symbol. I don't know, man. The Inquisitor's an ass. And he can fuck off. Miss Charm? That was the lady that was macking on me for no reason. I still need to get a fucking stamp. But in order to do that, I need to study the key and open the metal gate. And I don't know... There's a key that I'm supposed to get from somewhere. For a gate. That this man wants me to open, and I haven't found it yet, so... Let's see. And there's a portal I need to open on Witch Hill, which I can't do. Between the village and the lighthouse. Alright, that's the stuff that I was digging up. You know what? Let me go to sleep. What day is it today? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Cupcake. I hope you're having a good evening. Enjoy your lurkies. Actually, need to sit upright because I'm like hurting my back. Let's go. Actually, I'm gonna go buy that portal thing. Because maybe that'll save me some headaches from running around everywhere, going back and forth. Hey, here's the merchant. Do you know why? Because it's the quake symbol day.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Sydney. How are you? Another fucking story. Man's got a spicy cookie in his pocket. I'm doing alright. Do you know any witches? No. The Inquisitor probably burned them all. The Western Swamp. sis! Ultimate betrayal. Your auto cucumber betrayed you. Hey girl! What's cracking, girly? And all that jazz. Yeah, might as well buy this then. Can keep the rest of the stuff. Cool. I said I was gonna go dig up stuff. So it's between the village. What did it say? Pile of soil between the village and the lighthouse. That's the stuff I was digging up, wasn't it? Or was that something else? These random piles started appearing. Honestly, probably just didn't walk enough in this area to notice it before, but never saw them before. So far I've gotten like skulls and not much else. Here's another one. A rusty axe! Lucky me! There's another one. No, not the tree. God damn it. Whoa! Bro, can you relax? I'll be your sis. Yeah, you want to be Jargon's sister? Zombie creator? Hello? Keeper, stop. Uh-oh. We can braid each other's hair. Talk about boys. You're too poor to bribe me. Wow. Is this GG's for me? Talk to Jerry about... I want this. It makes zombies? Oh, hold on. Wait. I wanted to use... Oh, no, not that one. This one. Sweet home. Oh, that's nice. Shit, man. Oh, you gonna paint each other's nails as well? What is the cooldown for this? Okay. Man, I just have so many shits in my pockets. And these fucking stories, I have no idea what to do with these either. Oh, and the random tools as well. I really hope no one visits my house because I just got random body parts in a chest. Okay, we can put our bugs in here. And the stories can go in there as well. What was I just doing? Oh, I need to go talk to Jerry. What color are you gonna paint your nails? I can't braid my hair anymore, it's too short. Snip, snip. Now it's all gone. No! Don't quote that, what the heck, man? How am I gonna explain that to people? Buy some land and build a tavern? Why not a 10-story palace? I have to buy land from this oak? Christ, man. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. I don't know what to do next. I still haven't gotten a stamp to sell people meat to this guy, so... And I have to find the vampire, which I figured out now. On the moon day, I'll go look for him. Imitating Hutao. Why does she collect body parts in her house? I feel like I don't know her very well, if that's the case. There's so many things to do, I have no idea where to start. Do I need more paper? I think... Black? We got black nails. We go in emo. She calls a chest a treasure coffin. So I would be surprised. Oh no. That sounds on brand for real though. Okay. What was the stuff here again? Oh, this is for berry bushes and apple trees. Need a technology. Have not figured this part out at all. This looks very much like Lada's problem. This stuff's all done for now. Oi, oi, oi. I needed to make the book for the donkey, but did I not also need to chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies, Papa D! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, hey, hey! Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, Papa T. Welcome to the peepers as well. Let's just do a quick shouty outy for Papa T. Time Splitters? Oh shit, it's the game you were telling me about. How is it? What is it all about? Shout out. Papa T. There we go, guys. There at the top of the chat. There should be a heart there that's green. If it's not green, make it green. Share the love. Berg Quacha. Can I call you Quacha? Welcome, welcome. And Mama B. Oh, is that Papa T's Mama B? The beautiful waifu? Okay. I'm trying to think what I was doing next and I can't remember. Anyway, welcome readers! If you guys don't know me, my name is Nat Ortato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. Currently, I'm playing Graveyard Keeper. It's very silly, very confusing, but I'm really enjoying it. Basically, I don't want to... I keep saying you get isekai'd, because you do. You get hit by a truck, and you get taken to, like, what feels like limbo, almost. And you have to take care of a graveyard, a morgue, a church. Apparently now I need to open a tavern as well now. And I'm just like, this guy just wants to go home to his woman. But he has to do all these other things in order to get back home. And I'm just... I don't know where the story is going, but it's very interesting. It's very strange. And I'm really enjoying it. So yeah. Quacha is fine. Perfect, perfect. yeah, how are you guys doing? Did you guys have a good time in Papa T's stream? Hi, Nova! Hello, hello. But yeah, I play a lot of Genshin Impact. Sometimes I do VTubing. Sometimes I do cosplay on stream as well. So yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing more of that, stick around. Let's see. What else did I need to do? Well, I guess it's nighttime. Let me see if I can go find more moths. I'm currently picking flowers so I can try to find moths. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I hope it is. Yeah. This game's cute. It's interesting. It's different. It's like Stardew Valley, if in Stardew Valley you were taking care of corpses. Sometimes stealing body parts from them. Which is a weird thing to say out loud. But yes. Graveyard Keeper is cute. I like it. I've spent over the last, I don't know, 3-4 days, like 12 hours. The one day I played for like 8 hours straight. Just fucking no-lifed it because my brain was just mushy and I was just like, I don't feel like doing the big think today. And so I didn't. I did no think. But yes, very normal stealing people's body parts and using them for things. Because I've made myself a suit of armor using human skin. I use meat. My characters sometimes eat human meat. Or human flesh, rather. What else have I used? You can use the fat from the bodies to make candles? I wonder what I can do with these red mushrooms. Is that what you use for the red jelly stuffies? Let's see. Wait, is it here? Red jelly? No, that uses something else. Berry juice uses apples. Your raiders were watching you play Time Splitter Story. I forgot how bad I was at games while people were watching. But did you have fun, Puppety? Did you have fun? Because that's the most important bit, you know? If people are gonna sit there and watch you fail, as long as it's fun, then shit don't matter. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh, a different quality. It can be better. Oh, interesting. Because these things don't have a quality. Huh. Okay. I wonder what you use the red mushrooms for then. There must be something. I have overall way too many things. I'm gonna take these things out. That can go in there. Yeah, okay. Was not that bad, you see? Like I said, as long as you're having fun. Because people can tell when you're not having fun. And then it's less entertaining. So if you're having fun, that's all that really matters. Honestly don't know. I think I'm kind of just waiting for it to become the moon day so I can go find the astrologer. And I just hope that I actually remember by the time it becomes the moon day that I remember. Because you guys can't actually see it. I just realized now. No matter where things are, it's going to be covering something. So, although I guess bottom right isn't anything too important. Of course you're having fun, but also pooing is it a scary game? And you asked me to play this, Puppety? What the heck, man? What the heck? How could you? Okay. This guy wants me to build a garden and a tent. Maybe let me go see what they needed. I can go to the refugee camp. What? Hey, I know you. You're one of the... Oh, you're the one who trashed my store? You punched my sales... What? And then you called me a rabbit hamster? How did you escape from the town prison? Did I steal someone's fucking body? Well, I didn't catch his name though. Who is this guy? Because that's the new guy, right? And then that's just the guy. And this is the cook. She doesn't want to live. Raccoon thyroid stew with blackberries and oyster sauce. Baked with tulip flowers soaked... cooked flowers. She wants a kitchen? Wow, these people are so needy. They're never happy with anything that I do for them. It's always... the first thing is done, on to the next thing. Okay, so we need 6 happies for that one, so that one's not happening for a while. Let's see. Fence supplies for garden. Okay. So 24 and 12, because that I can do. Okay, it was 24 of those, and then this one's sorted. But I definitely need more of these. Oh. Was that over here? No, no, no. It's this one. Yes. 24. Oh, well, I already had one, but it's okay. This is fine. Papa T, you need to tell me what that game was about. If it is scary or not. Okay, that was all I needed, I think. Yeah, the cooldown on the teleporter actually seems really good. I wish I'd bought it sooner. I just thought it was like a single-use item, and I was like, phew, that looks like hot poo-poo. I don't want that. But that certainly saves a lot of time. I kept thinking, oh, maybe I'll get horses in the game or something. Where's this going? Oh, shit, okay. So I didn't get to choose where that goes. What day? What's the date today? It's only the 2nd, right? This game is on sale as far as I know. It's not too expensive. It's pretty decently priced. Especially for the amount of hours I've gotten out of it so far. Ooh, that's cute as hell. This is for the garden? Hell yeah. I like that. Cool. Woo!
I come back and I hear hot poo poo.
Did I say hot poo poo? Did I say that? Couldn't be me, right?
Oh. This is fun.
Could never be me. Honey! And beeswax, but no bees. Give me bees. I need bees, please. I need lots of bees. Listen, I don't remember saying hot poo-poo, but if you say I did, then I must have, right? You wouldn't lie. Yoda, you wouldn't lie. Would you? Can I teleport with this in my hands? I can! Fuck yeah. Not too bad, Yoda. I don't know if you were here earlier when I got over playing Genshin. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Because I didn't really feel like doing anything in Genshin. I was feeling a little bit like... You know when there's just too many... Ah, Jesus! When there's just too many things going on. Yeah, that's kind of what I felt like. There's this... And I don't want to play flippin'... Ugh. I don't want to play that other game mode, you know? You don't or can't lie because you're the worst at Among Us? Yeah, same. I could never play that game. I'd be terrible at it. Because the moment... Ray is the same. The moment someone catches you out on a lie, you start giggling. So you try to lie, you start giggling, and they're like, okay, well, this person's not telling the truth. One of the hardest things is like, I planned like a surprise party for Ray years ago. And it was so hard. Because he almost caught on a couple times, and it wasn't until like the actual day of the party that one of his friends accidentally mentioned it to him. I was like, bro, we were right at the end. How could you? You also start giggling. And your wife as well, Puppety. Yeah, look, I can't. It's not a skill that I have. Not the worst thing to not be able to lie to people, I think. But yeah, it does make it hard to like surprise people with things. Ray also, he's terrible just at keeping secrets. His whole family is, in fact. They're really bad at keeping secrets. So they'll buy you something as a gift and keep it a secret for maybe a day. And then they tell you about it. And then they're like, okay, wait, but I need to get you something else. So I have to like fight with them to not do that. So, yeah. But they're awful. If you tell one of them something, they'll all know. There's no secrets in that family. None of them can keep a secret. Me, on the other hand, I'm good at keeping secrets. I'm not good at lying, though. But I can keep a secret. If someone says, don't tell anybody this, I'll be like, okay. Let's see if I can go get some moths there by that patch. Oh, it's Moon Day! Soon! The next day, tomorrow. Maybe I should move my chat. Give me moths! Give me moths! I got a moth! I think I needed 6 moths? Let's see. Oh, Jesus! Sid. Control your booty honking, please. God damn, give me a fright. In public, everyone heard you. Oh, just a sec. Whoops. Sorry, Ray was trying to bring me, I think it was a Pepsi or something. But I'm a little bit chilly. I don't want something cold to drink. It's kind of going daytime now, so maybe I can't catch any more moths. No more moths. You had no idea what sound was about to play. Did you also get a fright? The badonk honk. I don't know if the name makes sense to you, but it's oh, butterflies. I needed no, I didn't need butterflies. I needed bees. I need bees and moths. I suppose maybe I'll need butterflies at some point for something. But yes, a badonk honk. It's a badonk honk. It's the honk that comes from your badonk. I have random marble just laying around everywhere. Because I was overrunning it back and forth. Okay, I need to come here next time. There's lots of flowers here. Genshin Impact? No ways. You were expecting a bonk sound? Oh, sorry. Sorry to burst your bubble there. But it was definitely a moist fart sound. Ooh, hello, what is this? Is it coal? It is coal! Ah, this would have been really useful early game. But yeah, it's a honk from your badonk. Because actually I tried to save it as fart, but the Twitch things didn't allow me to. For whatever reason. I tried to save it as fart and it was like, this conflicts with our whatever. And I was like, what do you mean? I've seen other people who have theirs named fart. Why can't mine be fart as well? But yeah, Twitch said no. Twitch was like, fart! On my website! Not happening. So yeah, that's why we don't go fart. That's the only reason. I like that I can just teleport into my house with this fucking large piece of marble. Nowhere to put it. Just stick it on the ground. Farting on my good Christian platform? Exactly. Twitch, the most Christian of platforms. Imagine. Okay, so... Butterflies, moths. Okay, we've got 2 moths. Damn. Look at us. Fucking rolling in it, guys. The heat? Is it hot by you? I have thick socks and jeans on, but I'm still pretty chilly. We've had like... Oh man, it feels like non-stop rain. It just feels like it's constantly raining. I'm so tired of it. I remember before I was like, oh yeah guys, we need the rain. Well, the rain can fuck off now. I think I've had enough. I've well had enough at this point. Oh wait, there was a thing I wanted to look at. Getting better fertilizer? I think it was at the church table or something. What did I need for it? Today was ridiculously hot. I don't think it was hot for us. I think it's been kind of raining. Whoa, what is that? Energy elixir. Okay, I don't have elixirs yet. So I guess never mind, but... Oh, that doesn't give too much. I thought that would give more, to be honest. So for whatever reason, you can study some things and it gives you those points, like the ones in the brackets. I don't know why. I don't know what it gives you besides like points. If you need it for anything. I don't know if I'll leave the rope in the church. That seems about right. Nope. Where am I going? I don't have any bodies sitting around, do I? Don't think so. Whoops. It was past 8 PM and you were still sweating? Damn, okay. Yeah, I don't think... We've had a lot of rain. It's just been like mizzy cold. I've been wearing sweaters a lot this past week just because of like how warm it is. I still have so much hemp, man. Okay, hold on. Let me... I like cooking the carrots and the beets. Beets by dad. Because then it makes some space. Oh wait, I have seeds on me. God damn it. Oh, I was planting shit! Fuck, this is why I suck at this game, because I just get distracted. Okay, let's go. Oh, I don't have a lot of... that also kind of sucks, like you run out of seeds. For whatever reason, I'm planting lots of hemp as well. Is it normally so hot this time of the year? Because normally in Johannesburg it's hot as fuck at this time of the year. Like, sweating your balls off kind of hot. But this year it's just been fucking freezing and I hate it. What was that? Hemp seeds. I'm not a fan of like either like hot or cold weather. Like I like somewhere in between. But the problem is Johannesburg is like very dry. Dry heat. Ugh. Pretoria's hot as fuck. Wait, really? Johannesburg. I know I'm wearing a t-shirt, but like I just turned down a soda because I'm too cold. I don't want to drink anything cold right now. Oh wait, today's the day. The sun is shining, the birds are singing. We're gonna go look for our mans. Let me take a quick sleeps. Cape Town's always frack hot. I wouldn't mind that warm weather if it didn't turn into charcoal being outside. Man, I don't go out very often, so I think I'd be okay, but like I get burnt so quickly. My skin is transparent. So like, me leave the house? I think not. There he is! Hi! This guy that I've been meaning to speak to since the beginning of the game. I'm more of a lost soul in this dead-end world. Oh god. Everyone needs something except me. Knowledge brings only sadness, young man. You seem pretty happy. It's because I don't know shit, man. Your trivial needs are meaningless to me. Wow. So there's no way you can help me? Let me see, you're looking after the graveyard. Psst, quiet. Fuck this guy. Bring me a skull? It's pretty illegal, but who cares about that stupid Inquisitor's law? I mean, I have several. The talking one? I just need a simple skull from any old dead body. I mean, I can do that. Like I said, I have spare ones. They're just sitting in my house, actually. For some reason, I harvested a couple, so... You got it, man. One skull coming up. Yeah, I guess that's my current quest that I'm doing now. But yeah, because I'll be moving to Cape Town in like 5 months, maybe? So I kind of have to prepare myself mentally, physically, for the weather. I stayed there briefly years ago, but like, fuck, I was only there for a month. So I don't really remember what the weather was like. I think it was cold. It was cold and raining, so I think it must have been in winter. Not terribly clean. My dude, it's a skull. What the fuck? Seems you have a talent for anatomy. The human body is so mysterious, perhaps even more than the sun and stars. I believe one day you'll learn much about the human body and the soul, then you'll be able to find... Then you will find yourself absolutely lost. Bro, I've been lost since I started playing this game. What is it you want from me? I need your help. I need to open the portal. A friend told me that you might know about how to activate the portal on Witch Hill. Do you know what you get after 2 days of crappy weather in Cape Town? Monday. So the crappy weather always happens over the weekend. Man, we always get cold fronts in Johannesburg. It'll come like on the Friday or the Thursday and then stay the whole weekend and then pisses off. Was his name Jerry? Keeper? What happened to him? Oh my god, was Jerry the previous keeper? Is that what they're saying? He just disappeared, hasn't been seen or heard from since. I tried to find him, but nobody knew him. I even started to think it was a figment of my imagination. Oh my god. Found a way to activate it. It was something magical, so I don't remember. Should be in his diary. He gave me this key! It opens a metal gate! Ah! There's a secret to this key I tried for months. Ah! Ah! This is the key that I needed for the other quest. Yeah, that's pretty funny though. But, I mean, we kind of like staying in. Anyway, so, okay, so I have to go get the diary. So now I teleport to home. And then I go here. But I need to study the key first. So this is for different quests as well. I needed to study the key. But I'll probably need faith. Oh yeah, I was saying, we don't generally go out, but there's nothing really to do in Johannesburg, which is why we don't go out anyway. But I think there's a lot more to do in Cape Town than in Johannesburg, so I feel like active key and keeper's key. Thanks for the Loki's property. Yeah, so I think once we move to Cape Town, we'll have more reason to go out. I'll need a key to... Is that not the... Do I need to speak to the Snakeyoki? Because then I need to wait for the green day. We're very far away from that day. Alright. Oh my goodness. So many of these. Oh, geez. Okay, I have a lot of those now. Cool. I'm just gonna not throw it in there. Quacha, thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Don't be offended by the word posse. I've had some people be like, posse? And I'm just like, yeah, it's my crew, it's my people. Let's see. Let me go check on my grapes, actually. What else was I doing? Oh, I know at some point I was trying to find moths. Maybe I can go check on the refugees as well. Ooh, are there lots of flowers up here as well? No, there's 3. Okay, that's fine. But there are grapes! Hell yeah! I need to bring Pete with me. Got a thick belly. It'll take a lot to offend me. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if some people just misunderstand what I'm saying to them. But a posse is like a crew. It's a gang. It's a group of people. But because I call my peepos trash cats as well, they're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yo man, a trash cat is just an opossum, which is on my shirt. I don't know how visible it will be, but this one, I love opossums. So my peepos is trash cats, and we're part of the possum posse. And I've had people get offended at that, and I was just like, guys, it's okay. It's not a bad word. I don't know if they think it's like pussy or something, and I'm just like, why would I say that? That's kind of a weird thing. But yeah, I've had some people misunderstand. Okay, so I can put the grapes away. I guess I'll make alcohol with it? Zombie? What? Oh, wait, I'm gonna get the zombies to make the booze for me as well? Because I know you can send them into the quarry. It's not a bad thing, and it's also not that deep. People must chill. I mean, they must chill. But you can't tell people to chill now. It's like when people are like stressed out, you can't tell them to relax. Because then they're gonna panic more. Okay, and then plants. Yes. Cool. You gotta relax, so take it easy. People must chill! No, calm down. Relax. Breathe, mama. Okay, moths. Give me... No, not the tree. Woo!
Daddy chill.
Wait, why daddy? Give me moths! I need moths so I can get a fishing rod, so I can get fish for those people who want fish for whatever reason. The one guy wants to teach me how to cook fish, and the other guy is just hungry, I guess? I actually don't remember why I'm getting him fish. Those look like orange flowers, but sure. Cupcake, sorry. Oh, we got a moth! We got a moth, guys! Great success.
The hella mad cupcake screamed, "Mommy, chill."
The hella mad cupcake. Everybody gotta chill. Just 2 moths! Oh my god. We're just rolling in moths right now. We have all the moths. Okay, I'd lie. We're missing one, I think. Give me flowers, please. Lots of flowers. Yes. Can't chop trees here, but can pick flowers, I hope. Give me moth. Before it becomes a daytime. God, I'm gonna have so many flowers in my house. There we go, moths! I hope I don't need moths for other things. God damn it. That's why I'm picking more flowers, just in cases, you know. Yeah! So many moths! Yeah, boy! Not enough energy! No! Still getting moths? It's still moth time? Prime time for moths? We'll stop until we get a butterfly, I guess. Don't know what I need butterflies for, but maybe I'll need them at some point. Okay. There's butterflies. Alright, so we need to teleport home. Damn, so many moths! Okay. Very nice. And then we can throw all the flowers. God, we picked a lot of flowers. Okay. Let me go do a sermon before I forget. Does anyone have any, like, New Year's resolutions or, like, goals for the year? Is there anything you want to do? Anything you want to achieve? Yoda. I mean, is that an appropriate response to New Year resolution? I don't know, man. Is that a BTTV one? Goal to set up a goal list. I mean, yes. Why not? Why not? I love lists. I think lists are great. They help keep you on track. The only problem is remembering to look at the list once you've written everything down. Which is a problem I have, because I forget that I've written anything down. So, yeah, I'm not very good at doing that. Even if I write a list, if it's not like in front of my face, like a sticky note on my screen, I will forget. I hate that about myself. Okay, what? These people, ungrateful. What do you mean okay? You have a few, but to sum it up, I'm going to be better. Oh my god. Chapter 2, Yoda. Is there any spoilers? Any spoilers, Yoda? Did we get any spoilers? Still trying to find that damn pen. Man, it's the age of smartphones and shit, right? Just use your phone. Make a list on your phone. No, not the moths. I needed to take the moths to the lighthouse to give to this guy to give me the fishing rod. Yeah. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Cool. So, what did these guys want? Full quality. The other guy just wanted, like, silver star. Oh, okay. So the Baron was a bit fussier about what kind of fish he wanted. You forgot you had... You forgot that you had a phone? Oh, why can't I steal these apples, man? No, I don't want the flowers. Okay, so there's a few places where we can go fishing. There's one by the beach here. How do I get there? Go this way. One thing I can't say here. Okay, no, that's fine. Try and become more healthy physically and mentally. I mean, that's a great thing to do. It's a personal thing, personal journey. I think I'm doing... Oh, how do I make it do the thing? There we go. No bait selected. Okay, that's fine. Hold A to start casting. Oh, hold on. I don't know when to reel it in. Because it's just bobbing now. I don't think I did it right. Let me try again. So there's 100%. Oh shit, I think I did that wrong. The animation's really cute though. Okay, I think I did it wrong again. Let me try... Is it like that? I have to get it where the 100% shows? I don't know, man. Not gonna lie, it's a little confusing. They don't hold your hand at all in this game. They don't explain anything. They're like, here, take it and go. And it's just like slowly draining my energy. Oh, what? Oh! Okay. Cool. I have no idea what I'm doing. But yes, Yoda, best of luck. I hope that you can... Oh, fuck. Not that, Yoda. I hope that you can do right by yourself this year. Take care of yourself. Ah, shit, I missed it. Because, yeah, it's not always easy to prioritize yourself. And people can make you feel like you're being selfish sometimes. I know especially, like, family can do that a lot. Or, like, if you need to focus on yourself if they're not very understanding. And I know I had that issue with my family, like... I felt that- oh, geez, an eel! What the heck? I feel like it's not always easy to... Okay, so it shows me I can get anchovies and eels. Let's try this other one. Let's see what we get here. It's not always easy to take care of yourself is what I was trying to say. It's just straight up anchovies? Okay. So... Can you... I wonder if you would cut it up and that would give you the quality. I wonder. I want to go try out other fishing spots as well. Gosh. The controls. There's one just across here. There's like a little pond somewhere. Anyway, Yoda, I hope I made some sense. Basically, I want you to take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. See now, why does it let me bake apples, but I so far haven't been able to find apples? Almost implying that there should be apples somewhere nearby here? I wonder if I can buy apple seeds somewhere. Whoa, it goes this way. Not enough energy. Oh, shit. Well, I've got plenty of food for that, because I made fucking a billion carrot cutlets for whatever reason. Completely by mistake. Okay, let's see what we can get. Hopefully something good. should need to sit and stare at this shit. The fishing's... Is that a catfish? Oh, gudgeon. Don't know if I said that correctly.
Noom. Give me fishy.
This is actually making me hungry for fish now. That's another thing I'm gonna enjoy in Cape Town. Fresh fish. Ooh. Boy. Oh, do I just have to get it in the block? I don't have to get it over the block? So I have a 20% chance to catch this other thing? Damn it. Curses. Okay, so there's other things there that I also have a chance of getting, but it's maybe close to 0. That's why it shows as a 0. Or is there... I guess I'll figure it out with time. Oh my god, there's just literally just this one fish in this. Well, let's see what the other 20% is. I could be fishing in Genshin instead, since I still need to finish my, my catch. But just thinking about fishing in Genshin makes me sad. I do not want to. It's such a pain. This is way easier, to be fair. Especially because I'm playing on controller. I'm literally just one-handed pressing one button. And focusing intently on this little bobber to see when it bobs. Gimme tasty fishy, please. No! That looks like a catfish, man. This 20% is a catfish. I'm just never gonna catch it.
The Helena Cupcake screamed, G-Max, I hope you have a good year this year and that you find more peace and accomplishment.
Aww.
This goes for all here. May it again be a good year and one we can look back at fondly. Back top the darkness.
Hell yeah. Ooh! I got a big boy there. Back to the darkness. Have you got load shedding, Cupcake? You got load shedding? Get out of here, man. Go save your datas. Go save your energies. Please. Oh, just lurking? Okay, no, that's fine then. Ah, shit. Whee! I don't think that's gonna give me anything else. I don't know how this works. Oh, okay. What day is it today? Okay, we're still far away. Let's see. Shit. Crap. Fuck. Let's go to the refugee camp, because there's a little fishing spot next to that. So if we teleport there, we can go do a little bit of fishing. Steal some honey while we're here. No bees. Give me bees. I always forget how much energy that uses. Goddamn. A bee! I think we have 2 bees now, or 3 bees. Which is not a lot of bees. But it's better than no bees. Okay, let's see what we're gonna get in the river. Oh, okay. Fuck all. I wonder if I need like... Oh, maybe it's bait. That makes a difference. Oh, that would make sense actually. Hey, this guy's spicy. What is that? Bream! And it's a brown... It's a copper one. Let's see if I can get some moths. Yeah, instant moth. Where were you before? Wow, more moths! Goddamn! Do I not have... I don't have space. Only have space for moths. Okay, let's try... Let's see if I put moths. Oh, anchovies? No bait. Okay. I don't know how that works exactly. You know what? Actually, my inventory is way too full. Let's go home. And pack some things away. Oh, I forgot! I can build stuff in my house here. Utensils rack? Is this just for decorations? Oh my goodness. Cooking table. Updated cooking table. Oh! Cupboard. Okay, I just want a chest, to be fair. Let me have a look, actually. Oh, wait. My inventory is very full. Oh, never mind. Inventory is very full. I do not have space. For nothing. Oh, we only have 2 bees now? Goddamn. What was I doing? I feel like I was doing something and I got distracted with the fishing. What the honey? Flowers can go. Do I need more planks? I know. What was this? There was like a bedspread or something that I could change. Yeah, common bedspread. Is that what I already had? I don't know, man. Okay. So was it utensils rack that I wanted? I think so. Or there's a cupboard as well. Hi, Spawn! Happy New Year! How was your New Year's Eve? Did you do anything special? Okay, I need more of these boys. Let's see. It's a Spawn! It's a cutie. A cutie patootie. In my chat? Totally believable. All the cuties in chat. Is it this one? I don't know. Did I need wooden planks? Oh, I need more nails? Okay. I just want to see what this utensil rack does. I hope it actually... It's not just a... Oh no, wait. It wasn't the utensil rack I wanted. It was the other one. It's like a shelf or something. Thank you for the shouty outies as well, Yoda. If you guys ever see that little, oh, my character's sleepy. She's a sleepy beach. If you guys ever see a little heart at the top there and it isn't green, make sure it is green. Make sure you turn it green. Oh! What was it? It was like a cupboard or something? This one, cupboard. Or was it just that cupboard? I'm so confused. Let me go make some more plonks. You need water! Is it sparkling water though? Man Solani, he just drinks the TV static all the time. I could never.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. See, now this is something that I can build. So what do you put on it? Oh, Imus hydrate? Shit, fam. You can... Oh my god. That's amazing. Can I put food on there? Or will it count? Oh wait, my inventory is very full. It's still water? Oh, it's still what? As in not fizzy water. I promise I did not do that on purpose. Oh wait, no, I want this. I thought you meant like... it's still water, even though it's fizzy. It's still water. And I was like, I mean, yeah, of course it's still water. But you meant like, not static, not TV static water. We're on the same page now. I promise. I'm not intentionally being a little shit. It's just like, I was born this way. And I have bad news, I might stay this way. Okay, I need sleeps. It's food. I don't think we can eat the bat wings, to be fair. Could be very wrong. Oh, that's my teleport stone. Ah! But yes, cheers. There's some more water. Okay, I want to see. Oh, look how full it is. It's getting full of stuff. There's a pumpkin on there, which I did not put on that shelf, but it's fine. Let's see. Can I still... Oh. I was making dough. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot more energy. I know at some point you can make like cake as well, because I have the recipe for it. That's the only reason I know. But you can make cake, and the cake looks like it's pretty good. Like when you're crafting or something, because it gives you more like points. Like those little energy blobs. Well, not energy, those like knowledge blobs that I've been getting. Alright, okay, I can still access everything from that shelf. Okay, so... Oh, I see. Ah, okay, I see now. So... So that other guy wanted those fish, right? So where did... I put my fish outside, didn't I? Ah, not the key! I need the key for something. Oh, on the green day. Like the band. Oh man, I caught a lot of fish. We're good. Okay, so I can chop these fishies, and I need one of these. What is that? Any work develops you, even the work of evil. You've accepted your dark side, and it's enabled your... What? What is that? Where can I get that technology? Gosh, there's so many things that I can... Blending? Swordmaster? Listen, I don't yet do a lot of, What the fuck is that? Healing from gluttony, healing from wrath. Interesting. Healing from lust, healing from envy, healing from sloth. Okay. We only got 5 here. This is healing from pride. Okay, so that's 6. What are we missing? Oh shit, we can have fancy gravestones as well. Oh lord. This honestly, this game has so many layers to it. I feel like I'm just constantly drowning trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I'm waiting to see Snake. I do need to sleep. Who needed fish again? That other guy needed fancy fish. Silver Star. The other one needed just quality. But I can only get... okay. Yeah, I think I just need to do more fishing then. To get better quality fishies, better quality stuffs. I don't think I need anything from the merchant, because today is like the merchant day. Actually, what I can do... I can move this bad boy over there. Normally I don't have chat there because it blocks my UID on Genshin. But maybe this will make it a little easier. You guys can see a bit more of the UI. You won't see when I get certain things though. I guess I could move, maybe I can move chat just above my... would that work? Yeah, it kind of works. I'm gonna have to go fix this at some point, but it's okay for now. There we go. Alright. I wanna go see... Man! Thank you to that person for telling me about the teleport stones, because it's really... Or the teleport stone! Because it's really helped a lot, actually. Honestly didn't buy it for the longest time because I thought it was like a one-time use, and I was like, 2 silver per use? That's way too expensive to teleport anyway, and I just never bought it. But it's just one of those things that the game never explained. Okay. Whoa, they got their happies very quick. I might need to... What did they need? Okay. So... So what was it? It was chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Jellycat zombie. Yo! One, the name is adorable. But shit, you were playing Borderlands? Damn! Game of the year. So that was the first Borderlands? Are you enjoying it? Is it your first time playing? But also, thank you so much for the raid. Gosh. Welcome, Mattercrunch. I hope you guys had fun. Jellycat, I hope you had fun playing Borderlands. And Mattercrunch, I hope you had fun watching. Welcome to all the raiders. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I go between doing VTubing and flesh tubing, which is what some people call it. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I play all kinds of things. This is not normally what I'd play, but I've been enjoying it way too much off stream, so I'm just like, nah, man, I want to play this tonight. But I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. I sometimes do cosplay streams. Yeah, I'm a bit all over the show at the moment. You had plenty of fun? Oh, fantastic. Like I said to someone earlier, if you're having fun, your viewers are having fun. So, you know, your pain is their pleasure in some cases. Okay, so I needed the shitty looking planks, nails, and fertilizer stuff. It's your first time playing? You're playing the first one, it's your first time. That game is, oh man, I played it a lot when I was younger. Admittedly, haven't played it in a long time, but really enjoyed it. You kept saying skags? Oh no. Oh no, did you call them skanks? How did you say? Oh, and also, sorry, I just had a bug fly into my face. How did you find my stream? Out of curiosity, what made you decide to come here? No, like, no pressure. I was just curious. Do you know somebody who knows somebody? Jelly kept calling them skanks.
Excuse me.
That's fantastic. Hi, Feed! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Are you good, homie? Oh, 5th time! Oh my god. No, wait, Jellycats, you can't be playing that for the 5th time and calling them skanks. That can't be an accident at all. That's got to be 100% intentional if you're calling them skanks. That's like Hundies. You fully intended to call them skanks. You've been following me for a while? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for choosing me to raid. Oh. Came in on a South Africa based raid like last. Oh, well, oh, you say last year, but last year was just a couple days ago. But yes, thank you all the same for being here. Yeah, I think, wait, are you South African as well then? Out of curiosity. How's it going, Feed? Semi-pro ball handler. Very, very interesting description there. How you doing? Happy New Year. I hope you're having a lovely... Well, I guess it's only day 2, right? We still got time to fuck it up completely. Raid tonight was because of a cool game. And a fellow South African? Okay, it might be 2 years now. Oh, okay. Shit, okay. Damn. Yeah. So quite a while then. But nice to meet you. Did we do shouty outies? Because I must just follow Jellycat. Boop. Okay. There, I did it in the chat. We got this. 2023 is gonna be good. Fuck yeah. That's the energy we want to go into 2023 with. It will be good. It doesn't have a choice. It will be good. Otherwise, we will threaten it. Guys, my microphone stopped working earlier. I opened up the video that I always open to fix it. And I swear I didn't do anything. I didn't even have a chance to fully watch the video and go through the steps recommended to fix the microphone. And the microphone was sorted after that. And I think it was simply the threat of, I'm gonna fix you, that made my microphone like, oh shit, she means business. And it fixed itself. It was like, I'm not dealing with her this time. And it just fixed itself. It was like, I'm done, actually. So yeah. The New Year's jokes. Listen, my favorite joke, Handies, used to be, oh, I haven't done this since last year. I haven't done that since last year. Like, has not changed since I was a child. Always been my favorite joke to make. No shame, even. I have no shame making that kind of joke. I'll tell you that now for free. I love making that kind of joke. Some people hate it, and I'm just like, yo, man. Let me just live my life. I can actually give these guys some of these. Not all of them. Let's give them 30. Should be okay. That'll last them a long time. Then they'll leave me alone. No shame. There's no shame. It's a fucking funny joke, man. That's just good. You motherfuckers better grow your own food now. Violence works. Yeah. Threaten. Be like, it will be a good year. So help me. So fucking help me. It will be a good year. What the fuck? Look at all this shit they can plant. The hell? So do I just give them the seeds and they'll grow the shit? Or do they grow it for themselves only? Interesting. You're not giving this year a choice. use your threats, your...
That shit is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, that shit
is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
I know that that's a sound alert and I don't actually have to make the noise, but I can't help myself every time it goes off. You guys better be singing along with me. Otherwise I'm sitting here like a fool.
Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna.
Hey!
Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chillin' with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, hey, hey. Chicken and macaroni. Chillin' with the homies. Hero.
Hello, hello. How are you? How was your stream? What are you playing? Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn. Shit. Are you enjoying it? I have... Okay, besides the neckbeards complaining, I have only ever heard amazing things about that game. Only ever good things. People love that game. How are you finding it? And thank you for the raid. And welcome, raiders! I've had a lot of, like, back-to-back raids. I feel bad because I keep introducing myself. And be like, hey guys, I play these kinds of games. I sometimes cosplay. I forget what I'm doing a lot of the time. And so I repeat myself very often. So, like, you know, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that on the norm, I'm repeating myself. It is not the green day yet. So yeah, sorry if you guys have heard me introduce myself a couple times today. It will happen again. It will continue to happen. Doing good! Fantastic. Seem to be doing all the side quests though. That's... Oh man. That is something I'm struggling with in this game. Is that games that don't give you like a clear like go here, then go here, and then go here. It's just like I will go everywhere at the same time and get nothing done. Nothing.
Excuse me.
Fuck all will be done. Matter Crunch, thank you so much for the follow. You loving the energy? Yeah, I have 2 modes. Well, technically like 4 modes, but I have 2 modes. I have like fucking crackhead, which is the direction I'm heading in currently, or the most chilled vibes, like almost at a whisper kind of chilled vibes. Apparently we're not doing chilled vibes tonight. We're just ramping the energy. May or may not be because I had, like, an energy drink a little while ago.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right
now.
now. Thank you, Jellycat. Chuz, you better have some water as well. But, like, yeah, games that don't tell you go here, here, here. I don't know if any of you have played the new Pokemon game, but that game is like, here, go. And they don't tell you where to go, they don't tell you what to do. They're just like, here is the world. Go do stuff in it. I had to watch a video to tell me what order to do things in, because when I started the game, I did the second gym first, and I was like, shit, man, this game's difficult. It's not. It's because I did it in the wrong order. I did the second gym first. I skipped over the 2 things I was supposed to do before that gym. And it was fuck hard, man. So, like, I need my hand to be held in games to a degree. Because otherwise, it just, the brain does not cooperate. It just fucking goes everywhere at the same time. And I get nothing done. This game's hard. Because you don't have, like, a quest log. It's just you have this known NPC page where it's just like, here's all the NPCs you've spoken to. And here's the 20 billion quests they've given you. And I'm like, which one do I do first? There is no... Yeah. Taking a personal hydrate as well. Yes, for all of you, especially those of you who have come here finishing your own streams, go stretch your legs, go get something to eat. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but if you haven't eaten dinner, I know some people don't eat dinner until this hour, go eat something, go drink something, go stretch your legs, go lay down if you're tired. You don't have to stay here. You did the second gym first as well. You see, it's confusing because, like, they just, like, whoosh, they just throw you into the world. It's life. I already live my own life. I don't want to live life in a game as well, man. Give me a goal. Give me a place to go. Fuck. You know, because real life is just like you get thrown into the everything and you have to just fucking hope and pray you make it through, right? Gosh, anyway. You are gonna dip? No worries. Load shedding? Oh, fuck. I'm actually lucky because I don't have load shedding tonight. But yes, best of luck, Jellycat. It was very nice to meet you. I hope to catch you around sometime. But yes, take care of yourself and thank you again so much for the raid. Meat and potato, sometimes face cam streamer, sometimes VTuber, and 100% crackhead energy. Please like and subscribe. So the only problem with using the word subscribe on Twitch is when you use the word subscribe, it's like, you know, the money version, but on YouTube it's the free version. I don't know what they call their subscriptions there, but in any case, I hate that. It's unnecessary to make it like that, but anyway. you can see the main quests. I keep on picking up everything else. Ah, okay. So there's a little more clarity in that at least. But this one is just like, here's all your quests. Here's all the people you've spoken to and the things they've told you to do. And I'm just like, fuck, man. So I just, normally I'll just pick one and I'll just like try and focus on it. Like at the moment, I'm kind of doing like refugee stuff. So like, I just built their farms, but I think I need seeds for them now. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, man. So I'm gonna go do that, maybe. This woman wants a kitchen. What did she need for the kitchen, actually? I should have looked before I left. Oh, they need more happiness as well. That's fine. Cooking table. So they just need the nails and the flitches, whatever that is. Looks like a shitty plank to me, so that's what I call it. In my brain, it's like, this is a shitty plank. Because the actual planks look nice. These just look like shitty planks. Okay, so but they need 3 more happies before I can do anything else. So, but this I don't really know what I need to do. Do I just put seeds in them? And it just makes wheat? Is that how that works? A paid subscriber is a super chatter. Is that what they call it? Oh. Man, I want to do stuff on YouTube, but oh gosh, I have a YouTube, but it's kind of like I've put a couple videos on and I've put some shorts, but like not like pants shorts, like the short video shorts. But it's like kind of confusing. No worries, Matter. Also Matter said it's 8 PM, so UK? Must be UK. Oh, is it almost the next day? I can maybe go home. Sweet home. I can go sleeps, and then it'll be the day where I go speak to Snake. Because I've been waiting for this day. It's the green day, if you guys can see at the bottom there. Oh man, I was hoping you were gonna say, I'm back, because when people say that, I'm like, hi back. Because that's the kinds of jokes that I like. Okay, so now I go speak to Snake because I have the keys that Snake wanted. You say back because you do the same thing. Damn it, you know. Okay, give him the key. Here's the key. Gives me a story. I don't want your damn stories. People keep giving me these papers. One step closer. Okay, you go first. Bro. I'll wipe those smug looks off their faces. This guy's aggressive. With torture chamber.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. What the fuck is this? Oh! Jesus! Christ alive, my heart. You have died. Well, listen, that's the first time I've died in this game, and that wasn't even by choice. I hate when games force you to die. Because I'm very cautious. I overlevel for everything that I do in games. I'm always prepared. And then they just force you to die. It seems unfair. It's better that she didn't see it. I read it. I read it. What do you mean? Bro, I literally read it out loud. Oh. Wow, just wow. How did you do it, Nani? Life gives me lemons all the time. You're such a useless idiot and yet you're immortal. That's totally not fair. I hate you. I hate you. There's a dungeon? Okay. You need a bucket of blood and 5 bloody nails? With the pagans? What the fuck is going on here? Sounds like someone moaning for help. Oh, wonderful. Love some good old lemons. If you're not making a lemon cheesecake with your lemons, you're using the lemons wrong. Am I seriously gonna walk straight back into this? Okay, no, we're not. I should check. Someone's oohing and eyeing somewhere in this dungeon, in the sex dungeon. Oh god! There's a person on the holy guacamole! Are you alive? Do you need help? I'm conscious. Gunter! Hi, Gunter! There should be a lev on the right. Oh, okay, cool. I'll just do nothing then, I guess. Hit me with your sword a couple of times. Please hit me first. I haven't felt anything for so long. Bro. Nay, bro, that's weird. Why is he wiggling? Why did you ask me to hit you? I can hit you again if you like. Why? I didn't even get to choose that option. It's your dungeon and you're the master. What kind of dungeon is this? Is it like a torture dungeon? Is it a sex dungeon? This guy wants to get spanked. Gunter. He's undead. Oh, he's a zombie? You should make me some more oh, zombies? Will they be like you? Oh, he's unique. He's very special. Okay. To your left. I'm directionally challenged. I immediately looked right first, but anyway. He is! He's a very chatty Cathy. I can see why he got chained up down here. Blood? Oh. Buried under the rocks along the path to the forest. Dig him up and examine his gear. Okay. What is this? Zombie juice? Okay. Sure, zombie juice. What? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. I got such a fright from thank you. Ah! Oh, what's this? I can just break the furniture. Ooh, it's giving me stuff though. Oh, only the broken ones? Okay, that's fine. We've got our little torture devices in here. And this one. Give me free shit, yo. Boy! More scraps. Okay, so I can't go in here. But why can't I just, like, hug the wall and do like that? Oh, I can. Never mind. There's the diary. I need to take the diary back to the old man. This thing? I can't use this? No? Okay. Okay. That's literally the worst trap in the history of traps. So he said there was skulls in the wall? Oh, those are just decorations, maybe? Okay. I need to find out where I can make zombies. He wants stuff from me. Oh, dungeon. Let's not go do that. Okay, so I need to take the diary to the guy on the moon day. How do I make more zombies? Which crafting bench? Surely not this one. Oh, I can make a bucket of blood. I need a lot more blood. Cool. How much blood did I need for this, Oki? Just one. Okay. But I don't know how to make the nails. Okay. Let's go have a looky. Maybe there's a zombie machine. Nope. More? He said there was a zombie somewhere on the path to the forest. Which, honestly, very fucking vague, mate. Which forest? There are several! It's okay. Maybe there's like something distinct on the ground. He said along the path, right? Hmm. Ah, what is it? Is it this one? Ah, I mean, that just looks like a pile of rocks, but you know. We're literally just dragging him. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Where do I take him? Just this big old body that I'm walking around with. Nobody's gonna ask any questions. Everyone's just fine with me carrying a zombie around. But now where do I put him? Is there like a... Oh, there we go. Second chance. Resurrection table. 10 out of 10. And then zombie logistics. Okay. Where do we make the resurrection table? Okay, well it's not in here, so let's keep going, bud. We'll find a spot for you. Oh, I wonder if... Brewing stand? My brew! Surely not in the church. Surely I would not be making zombies in the church. No, okay. Come on, bud. We're going for walkies. Is it in the sex dungeon? Oh, Papa T! Thanks for still being here. Oh, there we go. Resurrection table. Okay, so we need planks and the special parts. Okay. I'm lazy. I don't want to run all the way back. Okay, so we need planks and these parts. Oh, I hope that's enough. You gotta go? No worries, no worries. Have a lovely, lovely evening. It was very nice to meet you. And yeah, best wishes for the new year. Bam, bam, bam. Thanks for the lurkies, Papa T. We'll just make a couple more. How many did we have? We got 8. I always need more. I always think like, oh fuck, I made too many, and then I use them. I do not have a lot of resources though. I wonder if I can make the zombie chop wood for me. Because that's something I don't have a lot of at the moment. I need more fangs. I'm glad that I have these like underground tunnels now because it makes everything a little bit easier. Okay. Yeah, boy. Yeah, let's put this here. Nice. We're making progress. Okay, so... what do I do with this guy? Make zombie workers from bodies? What do I do with this body? Huh? Is he an NPC? Can't... Wait, what am I doing with this guy? Do I have to make him a body? Oh, there we go. Huh? I'm so confused. Why can't I put him here? Do I have to take his soul out? No, because he's not a body. I don't know what to do with this guy. He's just kind of sitting there. Hi, Smurf! How's it going? Eat him? I don't think I should do that, to be fair. I'm just gonna put on some chill music while I quickly Google. Oh! That was my back. Let's see. I'm just rearranging my lurks. Don't mind me. Okay. So it's graveyard, keeper, gunter, zombie. So he makes us go and dig up a zombie, but then I don't know what to do with the zombie afterwards. Google recipes? Yeah, kind of. Okay. Next time a body is delivered and you enter the morgue. Wait, I did this already. Okay. Making zombies. Dig up the zombie. Visit the zombie page for more details. Okay. I'm doing good, Smurf. I'm just like trying to figure out. Okay, you have to meet Gunter. Yeah. Let's see. Most of the stations needed to be unlocked by technology. Stations with asterisks can be opened. Okay. There's also one quest where you need to install a zombie as a greeter for the Talking Skull Tavern. Okay. I have like all the DLCs. Hi, Lich! Hello. How are you doing? Okay, so... This game is so confusing. Possible to throw zombies into a river or bury them in the graveyard. Suppose the subpar not needed zombies. Advisable to remove all. How do you remove? You can remove red skulls. Oh. I didn't realize you could remove the red skulls. How do you know which one's a red skull? Interesting. Okay, wait. Focus. We're looking at zombies. Okay, I couldn't find anything. Graveyard. Keeper. I wrote grave ward, but you know. Graveyard keeper. Dug up zombie. What do you do with him? What do I do with the zombie I dug up? It is ready to put to work. You just need to unlock the text in the tech tree. Oh. Shit, okay. How are you doing, Lich? Happy New Year, peepos. Let's see. Is there like a thing? Resurrection table and porter station. Where would that be? Not here. I don't know, because, okay, so I can't actually turn him into a zombie because he's already one. So that makes sense. But let's just teleport back to my house quick. With my bud. With my pal, my friend. My doodly dude. Okay, it's not in the house. I wonder if I have to go to like one of the places? I'm just gonna take him with me wherever I go. Because I don't want to go somewhere and not have him with me. But basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna teleport to the quarry because I already have the quarry unlocked. And see if that does anything. Oh wait, I can turn this other music off. That shit's all up in my business. It's like Pokemon music. Okay. Let us go to the quarry. Whoa! Hello. Hoy him down. There we go! Porter station! Okay, we need paper, nails, and shitty planks. Paper, nails, and shitty planks. I know I have all that stuff. Huh. Okay, so he can go mining for me. Oh, there's stone here as well. I didn't see this before. Ah. Okay, what was it? Paper, nails, and shitty planks. I just have to wait for the teleporter to come back. So I can like automate everything. Paper, nails, shitty planks, paper, nails, shitty planks. Shitty planks, shitty planks. Where's my paper at? I know I have paper somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. There it is, and it's exactly the amount I need. How convenient. Okay. Need to wait a bit for that. You outies, Puppety! Take care of yourself. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Let's see. Is there anything else? Me, I'm just trying to waste time until this teleport stone comes off cooldown. I need to buy seeds as well for that other... for the refugees. I might just buy them like wheat seeds or something because that's pretty cheap as like a first thing. Okay. Oh. Oh. First this. Nice. Okay. Oh, I could have put it in other places as well. That's fine. Cool. Cargo. Whoa. Okay, so how do I make him do the thing? Oh? He's just gonna... Oh, you just drop them? You gotta head off. No worries, hero. Do I just throw him down on a thing and then he'll do the thing? So I need to go make those things for him now? I'm so confused. Okay. I don't really understand how zombies work yet. But hopefully I will at some point. But yes, sweetest dreams. All of you take care of yourself. Have a lovely, lovely day tomorrow. We will see you when we see you. Okay, this is just... Fuck it, I don't know, man. That's a lot of, that looks like a lot of wedges, but if this guy's gonna farm for me, then it's all good. Oi. I feel like I actually made progress tonight. So that's nice. Because a lot of the time when I'm doing stuff in this game, I just have no idea what's going on. So I reckon if I just throw this home slizzle down and make him go farm. Like this, and I just go like... Oh, maybe not all of it. No, I don't want to do it. He must do it. Can he not? Is that not how this works? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, so... I think what I need to do is... build this. I can't chop this, can I? Oh, I can? Since when? Anyway, it's a stone stockpile. I'll build here. And then I put the stone on here. And does that mean he does the thing? But I want you to do it. I'm so confused. How make do the thing? Because the whole point was that I'm not using my energy to do this. Or my time. He's just standing there. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he's fucking Newman now. Okay. So he's taking the stone for me? He's a little pack mule? Is that what's going on? I'm not complaining if that's the case. I wonder if there's like a lumber thing for me somewhere. Oh, it's full. Well, fine. Okay, so I can make more zombies with the corpses that I get. Why does that seem so wrong to do? Because it is wrong, I guess. Is it though? Because like... it's a moon day! Moon day! Moon day we go visit... I have the diary for the man. So... I guess the zombie is just a porter for now. He's just transporting this stuff. So there's an iron ore stockpile, but I don't see a place. That's marble. Oh, wait, it's for the mine, maybe? Oh, wait, so if I throw the zombie in there... If I throw a zombie in there, he'll mine it for me? Okay, well, let's take this log back. I need to go sleep. This is all kinds of confusing, to be honest, but it's okay. Okay, so we have the diary. We're gonna take it back to the astrologer? The old man by the lighthouse. Which thankfully we can teleport to now, so... Okay, so... I wonder, now I can make... No, if we go here... You're an old man by the lighthouse? No, you, actually. I need more stone because I need to make more grave things. I also need things... Hold on. I need the technology for... Here. The marble. There we go. Ah! You had to unlock the zombies to... Oh, you can get wood cutting as well now. Zombie mining. Okay. Cool. You wish you were by a lighthouse? Wait, why you want to be by a lighthouse? I want the blue shits. This gives me a lot of blue shits. Sounds cool? I don't know, man. Typically those are like near the coast, right? It's windy. It's windy. You want to be by windy things? No, thank you. Wind's gonna blow sand and shit into your eyes. That sounds awful. What a terrible day to have eyes. You like the wind? No, man. Port Elizabeth. Nickname, the Windy City. That shit burns your eyes, man. It doesn't have to be sandy. Are you telling me there's lighthouses that aren't by a beach? That aren't by the coast? I might call you a liar. Okay, this is a temporary box. As a sweaty human, the wind does you favors. I guess. There's rocks and shit to keep the boats away from the rocks. Yeah, but this by the beach. By the beaches. Okay, I need to take the diary to this guy before he disappears. Focus! Focus! Immediately loses focus. Packs other things away. Let's go, let's go. Let's go to the beach. To the lighthouse. Look at all this sand here. Aeroplane, lighthouses, and Smurf. Yay! Task complete! I haven't felt so alive for a long time. How can I open the portal? You need to craft a spirit laser. An emitter and a barrel. 3 parts. Mirror. Burning goal. Salty fork. Bro, I just want to know about the vampires. I've never been an expert in beaches, so I'll leave that to you. I mean, fair. Try to get to the town and find those items. Goddamn. Ah! The old lady in the swamp. Restoration tools. On the black market. Snake? Yeah. Okay, I need your help. No, I want to ask about the... Oh my god, I have to do so much for him to tell me about the vampires. So we're never going to find the truth, basically. Or it's going to take us a long time to find out the truth about this woman who supposedly got attacked by a vampire. Meanwhile, she was actually just cheating on her husband. Okay, let's go back home. Okay, zombie mining. Quarrying. Oh, I need this one first. Okay. I'm a salty fork. I mean, bitch, I might be. Maybe she was cheating on him with a vampire. Oh, that would be even funnier. That would be really funny, actually. Okay, ceramic firing. I don't think I need this. Man. There's so much going on right now. Glass blower. Zombie gardening? You can literally just automate everything. Can you get zombies to do your... Yoda. These look like bite marks. Oh. Oh boy. Okay, so maybe you can't use the zombies for that kind of stuff, but... And you have to cut up bodies yourself. Okay, well maybe it's time to... Give the donkey some more carrots so we can make ourselves another zombie. And I need to go buy more seeds, actually. But it's fine, because that farmer never seems to sleep anyway, so... Gosh, there's so many things, like... There we go. I'll give us a fair amount of bodies. So if we have one that's porter, we have one on the stone... I don't know where the wood would be. Is there like a... Oh, shit. Because here it's like quarry. Is there like a logging camp somewhere? I don't think you can just have zombies wandering around though. I'm sure in my garden and in the vineyard I could have zombies. What's this little... Oh, that's the... for the bees? Okay, well, let me go... Teleport. Now let's go to the dead horse. I think it's been a while since I actually buried anyone. Hey, how about you sell me a piece of land? Are you kidding me? Are you joking me, sir? I can give you some free advice. Buy the land in the name of a very poor and old villager, and you'll get plenty of benefits and discounts. Someone like Dig. Oh my god. What the hell? That's messed up. It's very messed up. The best onion rings. Okay. That guy was completely useless. Thanks. Thanks, my guy. Thanks, my dude. I need to preach tomorrow. There's no faster way to get to the farm, unfortunately. Just fucking hoof it. Alrighty then, so... I don't know what seeds I've run out of. Yeah, it's fine. I want to give some of those seeds to the... Teleport there. To the refugees. I think I just go throw the seeds on and that should work. Oh, there's 6 now. What did I need? I needed to make something when there was 6. Was it the cooking... The cooking table? Okay, I'll have to go back home for that quick. It's vulture and nails, I think. Do I just put seeds in here? Like so? Oh, I need 24? Y'all bleeding me dry over here. Okay, fine. Fuck. But does that then mean that they're like self-sufficient after that? Okay, so... Vulture nails, okay. Nails... I don't know if that's enough. Okay. And then... I can make more of these. I could give them weed. Do you think they would want that? Why not, right? Who doesn't want weed? Imagine I gave him fucking beetroots. Those things are so expensive for some reason. Sweet! Okay. So, let's see what shitty shits I have here. I need to preach soon. Can put this away, can put this away, can put this away. This. I didn't have enough carrot seeds. Okay. Let's put that away for now. Okay, I can put that away as well. And then... them beets. I wish you could just turn the vegetables like into more seeds. That would be nice. Alright. What else did I need to do? I think just teleport back. Boop, 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 boop. What's cracking, guys? Oh wait, the thing I needed to build. God. No, I'm one nail short! Ah! This is fine. It's okay. I knew it was gonna happen eventually. Alright, so what? This is now, they're just gonna grow wheat here? Is it gonna give seeds back? Because if I have to buy those fucking things every time. They better take care of that shit. This is their fucking home, man. Make one nail. Just one. Can't make one. Yeah, well, I guess I need nails anyway, so... And eat some more. I remember when I thought I had lots of food. And I gave a lot of it away. Have I gotten any bodies yet? Let me go have a look while I'm waiting for this thing to recharge. Because then I can make myself another zombie. Nothing yet. And back to the refugee camp. And make a cooking table. Oh! Nice. This guy's got the black lung. He got Koveve. Nice. Okay. So does that make the woman happy? Where is she? What's this guy doing? Why are you looking at the empty plot, you bastard? There's the one behind you that's growing. Go make yourself busy. Hey! Not now! Girlie, I just built you a kitchen. You better talk to me. It's like being in chains. Oh, your kitchen is ready. But it's so different from my luxury kitchen in my former elite restaurant. Never happy. Kill her and use her parts. Yeah, I'm gonna turn her into a fucking zombie. The sheer audacity. This woman. More nails! And planks. She's a plank. God. No, why did I just teleport here? I wanna die. Why would it let me? I'm gonna turn her into a zombie, and she's gonna deserve it. I'll smack her over the head with my shovel. This woman, I literally just built her a kitchen, and she's like, actually, it's shitty. Hashtag do better. I need to go preach, man. Take me home. Goose, ain't no goose for a bar here. I'm livid, man. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. I just gave her a kitchen and she's like, no. No. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Sounds like you're preaching already. From insanity. Well and truly. I'd like to say a few words. This bitch. Our church is great. Nice! Yes, give me your balls. Okay! Fuck. It's a bit better than okay, but sure. Give me your money now. Yeah. Well, the one guy gave me 13. Nice. Money! What's cracking, homie? You want fish and stuff that I don't want to give you. Cool. I don't know if it's better to put it... Ugh, you know, I mostly go through the underground to get to the church these days anyway, so... That's okay if I put it in here. Okay, what were we doing? Put those in there as well. Miss Charm can suck a fuck, to be honest. Improve the kitchen, build one more tent. I can get to my house from here. No, I needed more nails as well. Hello, motherfucker! You tomato. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I needed... more nails, I think. Oh. When last did I eat? Sleep. Okay, and then I needed more... them boys, but I don't have trees. A stick? For me? Oh, the thingy is full of stone. Nice. I need to find a place where I can get a guy to do the wood for me. Thanks for the luckies, Yoda. Okay. Yeah, I think I can.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A. Yes, this shit is bananas.
That'll,
B-A-N-A-N-A.
I feel like, never not give me a fright. Let's see. Back to refugee camp. What did that other thing need? Okay. Oh wait, I need a lot of happiness for this. Oh, and I need 8 for... oh god. Okay. Oh, she's making wheat? Okay. Ah, so they put the seeds there? So maybe it's a better investment to do this? They take care of their own water now by the looks of it. And then, I don't know, she's making wheat currently. Will she then make bread afterwards? Because I don't actually know what she can do at this table. Surely they become self-sufficient. But you know what? Let's go to Dead Horse. We can go buy some more seeds. Don't be sorry, it's fine. Like, I put it there. Because people like it, so why not? But yeah, it will give me a fright. Just because I'm a numpty and I forget it's there. And then suddenly there's noise! Okay, so kind of worth it to buy I just hope that they can cook their own shit, you know? Not like their own poop, but like, you know. How many did I need for this? I'm just gonna buy a bunch. And then, oh man, why beet seeds 6? Why can I only buy 5? Please be serious, bro. Okay, anyway. Guess I'll come back to him another day. I want to go home and get those other carrot seeds that I have somewhere. I wonder if I can... No, they probably don't need this. Ah, this should be fine. And I can just... Your own noise? Yeah. I mean, it's a weird thing to hear your own voice. I think. Oh, I can make loads of bread as well, right? And beet slices and... mushrooms. There's a bread. Okay, so they still needed more happiness, but I was gonna take them the carrot seeds, right? Did I need anything else? No, I already preached, so... Okay, let's see. Did she actually cook anything? Did she actually... This bitch! She just made a bit of flour and then fucked off for the night. What the hell? Okay, and then I put the carrots in here. Am I just like actually making like a little village here? So do I still have to supply them with food? For now. Until this woman sorts her shit out. The free place? What? Okay, so... I bought lots of silk the last time I went to the merchant, so... Keep forgetting to take these logs back with me. Okay, well I think that's all I can do for them for now. Let's go back home. I think... I haven't gotten a single body yet, have I? What the fuck? What the hell was that even? I feel like that was a half-assed attempt at being a bot. Thank you, Joggin. That was weird. Okay, what was this thing again? Cultist activity. Can't even bot rights? It's so embarrassing, man. Gonna get kicked out of bot school? Yeah. Your mama wouldn't be proud of you. Disappoint your bot parents. Don't take your report home. Your mom's gonna beat you. Man, that's a lot of wood. She's gonna use extra elbow grease. She's gonna go to the hardware store and get extra elbow grease. How do I still... The carrot's been in here forever. This donkey's a lazy ass. I need to sleep though, apparently. What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching.
Thank you, daddy. I'm so refreshed. Okay. I need to kind of check what I have. I wonder. Man, I want to kill more slimes. Do they spawn in here? Sometimes. Apparently not this time. Damn it. Wait, I needed paper for something else. Let me go make a paper quick. I think it was for the... Oh wait, it's for the bees. I don't have enough bees. Shit. Don't need any of that stuff right now. I'm just walking around with zombie juice on me. I can go there. The maggots. Whoa! Hi, kid, though. Have you seen the maggots? It's this one. It's a rat-tailed maggot. Yuck. Super yuck. Let's see. And it's a real thing as well, rat-tailed maggots. Kinda gross, man. Every now and then I see a video of it on, like, Instagram, and I'm like, ugh. Because they just wiggle around. How you liking this game? Daddy, it's... Oh, there's a body. It's very difficult for me. Why so expensive, man? And only 2? Well, I guess I'll buy it. It's difficult for me to remember what I'm doing a lot of the time. How's this homie doing? Hey, bud. No, wait, I want to take you. Wait. How do I... Oh, wait, can I throw him in the mine, actually? The answer is no. Tato's struggling to fight the desire to eat all the NPCs. What? No! I'm struggling to focus long enough to do anything. Oh, I have to... Oh! Okay, I need to give them tools.
Excuse me.
Ah! Oh, Steege? Did I say that correctly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. What? Where'd the man go? Do I have to manually do this? Surely not. Surely not. Okay, so I assume my man's is en route. He's busy carrying the package. Okay, so I wanted to go to the refugee camp. I want to see what these people are doing. Is this woman slacking again? Oh, there's carrots. But not enough carrot seeds to replant. Just give me the booty cancer, though. Why is this game like this? Do I just stop growing stuff at home then? So she makes the flour, but she doesn't do anything with the flour. Just have to feed these people still. I take the flour back and go make them food. I guess, question mark. Now I need to bring them carrot seeds. I might just stop growing stuff at my house then, if I can just do this place instead. Well, for those things at least. She can process the wheat for me. Yeah, okay. Make another bed. Take the flour back. Grain against the machine. Okay, hold on, wait. I have a lot of wheat already. Yeah, I do. I guess they can just eat carrots, right? Like raw, just munch on carrots. That'll be fine, right? I'm getting followed. Okay, let's see. Carrot seeds. I take the wheat seeds. Beet seeds. We're still stockpiling there. Let them eat cake. Man, I haven't even eaten cake myself. Never mind them. They're a bunch of aristocrats that got kicked out for being a bunch of wallies or something. I don't know what they did, man. They done goofed either way, I think. Okay. There's bread. I don't think I need to give them water because they've had 29 in that box for ages now. Let's just teleport back there and see what they're doing. I mean, they're obviously sleeping because it's nighttime, but... Okay. Give them some bread. Bam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Grow carrots, bitches. So if I take the carrots out and then put them back in, does it increase their happiness? Oh no, it dropped. I mean, are they gonna eat them? Or are they just gonna sit there and collect dust? I'll leave the wheat for her to process, I guess. Oops. You can't have my carrots. Okay, so it's at 2 now, so I can put another crop plot, but it's not really worth it. I might just... maybe wait until I can make another tent, because that's what the other guy wanted. And that's 5. Okay. There we go. Theodora's tent. Oh, these are all the people? Master Alaric. Whoa, Dan! Thank you for the baubles! Are you having a good evening? Home sweet home. Okay, and then... these guys are keeping a tidy pile of stone. Actually. Dead tired? I mean, yeah, I guess it's pretty late. Are you back at work now, Dan? Or... because you said you were gonna go away again. What, in like 2 weeks' time? Wait, you're back to work already? Ray is off, I think, until the 6th. Between like all the like holidays, but also annual leave. I think he gets a lot of time off. Alright! Hello, hello! Happy New Year! Let's see. Okay, that boy's empty now. So if I go to the quarry, this homie's still transporting things. Nice. Oh, that's still full. I guess he's still transporting things. No one's questioning. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing. Bam, bam, bam. Welcome, homies. Hey, Skywalker, how's it going? What were you playing? Yakuza Kiwami? Is that game? I was gonna say with the Yakuza, which honestly doesn't help the situation, but anyway. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Did you have fun? And thank you for everyone who came through on that raid as well. Hi, Lindy. How are you? Tell me, how was your evening? How was your game? It is the one with karaoke. Karaoke? I think I know. Also, alright. Before the raid popped, you were asking how I'm doing. I'm doing good. I'm a lot better than I was doing at the end of last year. Doing a lot better now. How are you? Tired as fuck? Yeah. I mean, it's 11 o'clock, right? It is especially late. It is the sleepy times. Is it not? Should be, at least. I have a zombie somewhere that's carrying a rocks for me, so I'm just lining them up nicely to put them on the table for him to carry. Do I need to do this? No. Am I gonna do it anyway? You bet your ass. Whee! Okay. You're gonna go game now? Lindy, it's so late. I wanna go to bed soon. Cause it is especially sleepy hours. And you go refugee camp. Oh my god, wait, she does make dough. Oh, okay, I didn't know she would. Oh my god, look at all the stuff here. Did they get those berries and all the water's gone now as well? Wait, can they draw their own water? Or do I need to do that for them? Okay, apparently I can just do it for them. And then I can go like, bam! Oh, no, no, my key! My key! Okay. Huh, okay. I don't know what's going on, guys. This game is a little bit confusing. It is not time to sleep? No? Trade? What can she give me? Simple snacks? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Grated carrot, grated beets, and boiled egg? Oh my god, that's amazing. Shit, man! Oh. So they can kind of be self-sufficient, actually. Sleep is a big waste of time. I mean, it definitely can feel that way. But your body does need sleep. Okay, okay. So this is yoinking and this is yoinking pretty fast. So what did I want to make? I wanted to make another tent. So I need sticks and... Oh wait, that's 5. I need not 3. Okay, we're good. We're good for a little while. But it is yoinking very fast. It's so nice that they can make their own food though. But can they bake it? Because I see they've got lots of dough here. Let me just... Oh shit, I didn't want all of it. I'm gonna take 1 stack. Wait, this carrot should pop soon. Oh, and you can queue it as well? You can queue like different crops? I guess if you have an abundance of seeds, which I currently do not have. I wonder if they'll just plant it themselves as well if I just left them to their own devices. I don't know, man. They seem to be doing pretty okay by themselves. They don't need me. Fuck. I'll just cook buttloads of bread and drop it off by them because I don't know if they can cook their own bread. Let me go drop off this log. Guys, I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm doing in this game, but I'm fucking doing it anyway! I can take this to her. She can make it into dough for me, and then I don't have to do it. If it is even that lady doing it. She was walking around the village. Doing her own thing. Okay, so... I needed stuff in the quarry. Oops. No! Fuck, okay. Why have I've just got logs everywhere. Okay, so this guy's still transporting this. But, okay, so I need, what is this? Just a pickaxe. Pickaxe 1. Is that the pickaxe that I've currently got on? It is, okay. So it's a little bit pricey to make. Quarry right, quarry left. Mine, there's different kinds of ore. How do I know what they're gonna mine? Is there a mine on the left here? What? Oh, my brain! Shit. Okay. That changes everything. Okay, hold on. Stone quarry. Does this also count as a stone quarry? Well, this is a marble quarry, right? So is there two, like, locations on this one? How does that... man. Okay, well... Definitely want this. Wait! I need to go home. I just saw that they delivered a body earlier. I have no energy. Do I have food? I do! I have the bread that I made for my villagers. My peepos. I have at least one body in here. Oh, there's two! Eee! Where did I put my zombie juice? I put it in the house, didn't I? Fuck. God damn it. Zombie juice. Where did I put it? Zombie juice, zombie juice, zombie juice. There it is. Okay, and then go back. If I'm doing this correctly, I'll have 2 new zombies. Let's see what their quality is like. This Home Sizzle's been marinating in his own juices for a little bit. Okay, so... I don't know, man. I'm gonna detain the body. And as far as I can tell, you just strap him down. And then... Ah! You need faith to make him a zombie! And I threw it on the ground! This one I think is a little bit healthier. Okay, let me... I put my faith in a box. Which box? This box? I think it was this box. Yee! Oh, I have enough for both! I can get 2 zombies. I can get one to mine ore and one to mine rocks. Nice. Let's go, boy! Cool. So faithful. Put my stuff in a... Body is rotten? Oh, fuck. Okay, I need your blood. Sorry, bud. And I need your flesh. I need your skin as well, but I don't want to make the body too shitty. So we'll just take it, like so. And then we'll go throw him in the ground. I think I had... Where did I put it? I have... Oh, it's under the church. No, it's under my house. I have stuff to coy him in. Huh? Okay. Let's go grab that quick. Yeah, this game's kind of gross, to be honest. I'm stealing a lot of, like... And I eat the meat as well. Which doesn't make it any better. In fact, makes it well worse. But... apparently, I also eat... slimes. So... apparently we don't care where it comes from, really. Shouldn't dip into your own stash, like shouldn't eat myself. I mean, yeah, definitely not. Oh, alright, I was burying the guy, right? Giving him a pretty grave, because it's what he deserves. A beautiful hole in the ground. Thanks for your sacrifices, mate. It's actually raising the value of my grave by a lot. My graveyard by a lot. I don't know why. He's a good boy. Okay, so hopefully we get a non-rotten guy. Let's TP home quick. Take the log. Put the log here. That's literally every time I teleport home from a place, I'm just gonna take a log with me. Oh, this one's full. Shit. I know I needed that for something. Smooth. Yeah, because I haven't found a spot where you I can go here. I haven't found a spot where you can get them to cut trees for you, so I don't know what to do about that, to be honest. That sounds distinctly like Later's problem. I have so much honey. But I like the green jelly. It gives a lot of energy. Okay, now I think I can go... Ooh! Moby, hello. Moby the Unpopular, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Also, Happy New Year. Think... Why do I have an intestine in that box? Bruh. Okay. Now we go to the camp. What? You better be cooking, lady. See, she just keeps making dough. She's not making... Okay, how about... I give you that, and you give me this. And I'll go make the bread for you. And y'all just staring at this? Please be serious.
That shit is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Oh, you know Moby? Okay, I need a 0.02 happiness. Please. No, smack a tree. Gimme honey. Oh, and I got a bee! I now have 3 bees. Another corpse. It's gonna be fresh. No, that doesn't impact the happiness. Oh, first meeting? Oh. He just called you Master Yoda, so I was like, ooh. He knows you?
I want to go home. I get a bread. I put the dough in here so I can make them more bread. What? What? Oh my god! Shouty outy for Dan. If you guys don't follow Dan, go make that. Or make the thing at the top of the chat, Yoda, if you're available. If you got time. Because then you guys can go make the heart green for Dan. He plays the games that I would never. In other words, Souls-like. I can't. I have 3 whole bees now. That's a lot of bees. But I need 10. Okay, focus for a second. I need to go get that corpse. I can? Nah, I could never. I tried like years ago. That's just hard, man. I'll break down in tears. Please don't be rotten. I know I want to get rid of the red skull somehow, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So, oh wait, this guy's still sitting on the floor. Lol. What's cracking, homie? Let's go. Let's go quarry. Whee! Okay, wait, I forgot I needed to do stuff here. Crap. Okay, you can sleepies. While I try and remember what I needed to do here. There we go! There's that heart at the top! Make the heart green! Floor gang! All my zombies are currently floor gang. Okay, so... it was shitty planks, nails, and pickaxe. Let me load this up. I think that's full. Yeah. Shitty planks. But I also want to make stockpile. I need lots of shitty planks and nails, basically, is what I'm saying. Random marble on the floor here. Okay, shitty plank, nails. But I need a lot, so I might make some more. Nope. Oh, I'm hungry. Eat some jellies. Okay, and then some nails. What? Okay, and then I also needed some D's. Some doughs. Some food. Okay, let's go. This away. Oh, I should have taken the other zombie with me. It's okay. I'm gonna need... so I have a stone stockpile. I'm gonna need an ore stockpile as well. I wish I could rotate this. No, this is fine as it is, actually. Okay, and then I'm gonna need... we don't have a stockpile... do I need a technology for... is it for this? I need 200, jeez, and 50. These nuts. Sorry. Okay, so this is... oh, Jesus, that zombie. Ah, it's my zombie. It gave me a fright, bro. What's cracking, homie? You good? He just ran into the tree and then ran back. Cool. Okay, so... if I understand correctly, I make like... one of these. Let's go with this one. Whoa! Oh! I thought it was gonna... Okay, let's go yoink him. And then what oh! Okay, so he's gonna dig that out. Okay! And then... Ah! I see. So now we go back home. And then... What is he? Is he on... He's in the morgue, right? Did I get another corpse? I don't have enough faith. I need to improve my church. Okay, I don't have bodies. We're good. The one body was... Oh, I think I have one more body coming, but I won't have enough for him, so it's fine. Okay, so... Oh wait, what am I doing? Just make like so. Duh. Let's go, buddy! And I threw him on the ground! Boop! Good boy. Okay. This I can put over here. Haha! So new thing is, I don't know how to make him do the thing. Zombie quarrying. Marble. And this one? Stone quarry. Marble quarry. Oh, I see, I see. But I need this to... Oh, okay. Cool. We're good, we're good. Oh wait, the other one's doing the ore. The ore. That looks like it's gonna take him a while. Cool. Okay, so we have one that's on this duty. Okay, and then... I need to go check on the people. Maybe give them some bread. Actually, hold on. What is my farm doing? Some things I'll still grow here, but I want to get a beet place going there. I wonder, can I make a zombie do this for me instead? I just want to zombify everything at this point. Mostly because I'm a lazy butt. Oh, I need to sleep. So maybe I can... No, I need to go sleep first, and then I'll go to the merchant and buy more. Well, not the merchant. I'll go to the farmer. You drop the beets. I'll go to the farmer and buy more beet seeds because he'll probably have some. I'm so refreshed. Yay, let's go. Dead horse. Release me. Okay, I think I'm kind of getting the hang of it. I think having that little teleport thing makes things go a lot faster as well. So that was a pro tip and a half. Beet seeds, please. Yes! I think I have enough now. A boaty? A boaty for me? I just wanna go to the dead horse quick. It shouldn't take long to walk there. Just because I have that one burial certificate that I can get rid of. I do not have a stamp, but it's okay. Okay, bye. Because for whatever reason, he's like contractually obligated to take those from me. Alright, so the beats? If you throw them at the tavern, you'd be beating a dead horse. I would! Because it's the tavern's called the Dead Horse. Okay. I have exactly enough? Okay, perfect. Can put the hemp seeds away, can put the cabbage seeds away. Okay, let's go. I need to do a lot of crafting, I think. But first, to the refugee camp. Whee! I hate that it just puts me there when the game knows full well that I need to build the tents down here. Like, bro. Please be serious for a second. Okay, have some bread, people. Dun, 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 dun. Damn, almost have enough to do double wheat. Sheesh. Cool, so I think that'll just cue it. Wait, why have I still got these seeds on me? Don't know if those will count. Okay, so they have a lot of dough again. Can I can't cook on this. Maybe that's why she needs the upgraded kitchen. Okay, so when they get 2 faces, then they can get a new person in. Okay. Let's go have a look at the quarry, see what's happening there. He's still trucking along. Still trucking along. I wonder, like, will they take the stone to the thing? And what is the point of this? Well, they will take it? They just take it by themselves? I haven't seen one complete one yet, so I'm just like, I'm not sure. His efficiency is shit, but it's okay. He's working hard. He's trying his best. This one? Probably also shit. But he's okay. He's trying his best. I also don't know how to read your name. Ali. Put one in cargo. This one? I have one in here. He's busy doing something. I don't know what he's actually doing. He's somewhere. He every now and then he appears at the bottom of the map and gives me a fright and then continues on his merry way. I don't think I need to build because I've got 1 stone, 1 ore. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't have a chest here, do I? I don't have the stuff for it anyway. Never mind! That's okay. I probably have some of that at home. It was this one, right? Okay. Lots of bread. I actually wanted to... I have coal somewhere. I want to put some in the kitchen. Where did I put the coal? Ah! I want to put one... Ah! Shit. I want to put one of the coals in the kitchen so that I can bake loads of bread. Because those villagers are making a lot of bread. Well, they're making a lot of dough. They're not making bread yet. Okay. That's fine there. No! Shitty titties. Why'd I do this every time? Okay, this one... Nope! Wait, I needed this. I was gonna make the box. Is it this one? Hmm. I think. I want to put that other stuff in it so that I can make more workstations or whatever they're called for the guys to mine. I only... Oh. I only just got the zombies tonight, so I'm still kind of figuring that shit out. I might at some point have to actually look up a guide so I can do things the proper way. Oh. Back to the quarry. And then bam, and the trunk. We're gonna put there. Okay, and what did we need? It's the same for all of them, right? Yeah, basically 8, 4, and the pick. Eight. Was it this one? No, just the nails, right? 4 nails. Yeah. What? And then pick. So when I do the next one, that can be there. Oh! Will his friend come help him? The powder? Oh, oh, okay, he's gone. Don't know where he's going, but he's on a mission to get there. Okay, that's more bread. And then... I need something that'll give me green orbies. Because I have a lot of the red ones, but I need more green ones. Okay. That stone is not gonna last very long. Not in this house. Okay. I had loads of wood in the church. Let me just go grab quick. Wait. Oh shit, there's a body. Sorry, homie. I need blood. What else did I need? Oh. I don't think I need anything else. Meat's always good. Nice. Okay. Let's take him. Go stick him in the ground. What? And I threw it on the ground in the wrong kind of way. Ah, there's all my wood. Bing. How crowded am I making these boys? Can make like so, right? Yeah. Beautiful. These people can shimmy past all the skelly bobs. Oh. And boom. Nice. And boom, boom. Make it beautiful. And another one. Bam, 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 bam. This music is good though. It's very like happy music for a person who's currently walking around with human flesh and blood just chilling in her pockets. So yeah, bit strange. Bit strange. Can throw this down. And I threw it on the ground. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can make this now as well. Oh, that looks tasty as fuck. Hell yeah. This is gonna give me green bobbies. Boy. Oh, no energy. What if I eat this? Ha 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 ha. I eat the beets to make the beets. Kinda wanna go back to the refugee camp now to see what they're doing. Nice! I really like that actually. That's quite a nice snack. Huh, okay. I can stop eating the bread then. Okay, let's put the blood and the flesh away. Let's see. Oh, there's more bread. I can take that to the villagers. I keep calling them villagers. They are kind of like a little village at the moment. You guys need bread? Oh my god, look at all this! What the fuck? I'm just gonna steal your food, man. You don't need me anymore. You can make your own bread. Oh, and it does use the carrots. Ah, that's kind of nice. It did. It did the thing. Okay. Beets? Don't have enough for another one though. Yeah, not yet. But it's soon, I guess. Oh man, they're becoming like self-sufficient. They don't need me anymore actually. But I'm gonna take this shit. Because they got loads of great... Actually, you take that. And I'll take that. How's that? How's that for a trade deal? I have too much dough in my house currently. Otherwise I would make you guys some bread. But... My kitchen is very occupied at the moment. Ooh, +2. What did I need for that? Another refugee? I don't know what the free place is. But I don't have one. Maybe I'll just wait for the cooking table, actually. You need to run, Smurf? No worries, homie. Have a good evening. Sweetest dreams. I actually need to head home soon. Head home? Oh my god. Head to bed soon myself. But just take care of yourself. Hopefully all this cannibalism doesn't give you nightmares. Nah, this is okay. This isn't cannibalism. I'm eating grated beets and grated carrot, man. It's all good. This is Natato's version of a horror game. Yes. Actually, yes. I'm eating grated beets and grated carrots. Definitely not eating people. Not at all. Alright. Yeah, so when this is done, I'll throw in fuck fuckloads. I'll throw in all of this fucking dough. I'll just make all of the bread in the nation. And then I'll go give them that. Cool. So back to what I'm actually supposed to be doing, not fucking mismanaging my resources and time. I need to improve my church. Oh, there's my zombie friend. Hey, buddy! Hi! Thank you.
Gasp, stealing bread? Shame on you. I'm calling the police.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Hello? Police? Yes, I would like to report a robbery.
No, man, you see, I take the bread dough that they made and then I turn it into bread for them. See, I'm helping them. Right? So I gave them the seeds, they grow it, smoosh it into flour, make that into dough, then I bake it for them, and then I take it back to them. I'm not stealing the bread. Yeah? One thing I'm confused about, I can make candles, but what the fuck do I do with the candles? Like... this... white paint. I don't understand. Like, what would I do with them? It's basic economics, Yoda. I'm helping them. It's a whole thing that we do together. Community and stuff, you know? I got blood and meat in here for some reason. Decoration? Yeah, but how do I put them anywhere? Because, like, when I tried before, I tried to put the wall candles. Oh, I can't do it now because I don't have materials. But I tried to put the wall candles, but there's no space for them to go anywhere. So I don't understand what I'm supposed to do for that. I need to increase my church. But I don't know how. I don't know what to do. Can't put any more of the benchies. I guess I'm just dropping candles like it's help. Are you paying them? I'm paying them in bread. Only the finest wages for my laborers. Bread. Making dough. Can I just... Man, I wish this was like... This had like co-op. Because like... It's very difficult to remember to do everything. Alright, I need to go do the pray. Now, one thing I'm unsure about. You get different prayers as well. But I don't understand the point of it. Because the original, the first one you get, gives you a lot more faith. And money than anything else. Like... Oh, this one gives you more money than faith. But I need faith and money. So like, I don't know... Oh, this one gives you more faith, but less money. I need both, man! Anyway. You'd strike, you pay them in bread, but they also... No, I make the bread. They make the dough. I need better stuffies for... This is what I'm saving for at the moment. Because if I can get this, then I can get the zombies to do the quarrying of that for me as well. You'd strike? You don't want to make dough for me? I'm not profiting off of this. I'm literally making the bread so that they are not hungry. Why did I forget what I was doing now? Pressed the wrong button. Was I gonna make more candles? I was gonna make more candles. I think it was this one and this one, right? Chotto mate. Could I stop? Just warms up the dough. What the fuck? The sheer audacity of this man. The Lion, the Witch, and the omdamsity of this bitch. To say I only warm it up. You should feel bad, man. Because you're a bad man for saying that. Ow! I can't even, in my own chat, in my own stream, say anything. Is it not audacity, though? It ain't Wednesday, my dude. It ain't. Listen, if I'm explaining the umdamsities, I'm allowed to say umdamsities, but I'm not allowed to say it like if I'm actually just saying, you know, just speaking. What's up, homie? I want to slap down some candles. So this one, there's nowhere to put it. That's what I don't understand. And I'm like, am I just looking in the wrong... I've gone up and down this damn church trying to see where I can put this shit. Don't matter rotating, nothing. Fuck all. Can't figure that one out. So I just do the one on the flower. Like so. Lots of candles in here, man. It's apparently a donk place. I need one more. Fuck. What was I short? Should not be swearing in the church. I need one more, the fancy thing. I'm teleporting home, I can't be fucked. Let me home! If zombies were smart enough, they could make it. No, it's not even, it's not the zombies. The zombies are mine. This is for the refugees. Those are the people that I'm helping. The zombies are just corpses that I reanimate for my purposes. For my capitalist purposes. Because the donkey is communist and donkey is hating on me. I don't... You guys haven't met the donkey. He's a bit of an ass. But he's making me pay him for his labor. Which, you know, fair enough. So they're not zombies yet. So I don't think I can turn those ones into zombies, actually. Yes, the donkey's a bit of an ass. I'm glad someone got it. I was just like, is it too late to be making that kind of joke? Is it gonna schnoom over people's heads? Okay. Give me money, bitches! Please and thank you. Amen. And stuff. That was an excellent pun to enter into. Hi, Vice! How are you? Oh, look at all my peepos! Them's a lot of peepos. This looks like a fucking cult meeting. Oh, yes! Give me your balls! It's good to see you, Vice. How are you? And Happy New Year. Almost 2 on the nose. Yeah. It went over yours until Jargon said something. Oh, man. Okay, so I only got 1 more ball than I got earlier. But look, I'm gonna get... The money's gonna trickle in. Oh, 6! You bitches. Yeah, you better give me more. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be the one who's praying. Okay. Has she told you about me? No! Stop. Okay, I can almost make another Zambi again. Oh, that's cool. I like making friends. I like making new friends. You're a bit slow. I mean, Yoda, it's like basically midnight, friend. Let's be serious. What's cracking, homie? My church is cool now. The church is shining bright, your holiness. Ooh, me? Thanks. Oh, shut up. See, now I can buy candles from him. I'm gonna buy 2 and see what they do. Because I don't want to make them. Because I'm a lazy bitch. But I don't know. Can I... What it... Nani? I can actually put... How long did they burn for? I hope they burn forever. Okay, anyway. What has happened? Ooh. Kind of want to just buy a couple candles from him. I got money. Bye, Mitch. Thanks for the candles. I think it's too much upkeep. Why did I buy 5? Am I dumb? I mean, the answer's obviously yes there, but you know. So, it seems like too much upkeep if I have to constantly keep the candles lit. Right? Surely they don't go out. I hope they burn forever. Something my grandmother probably said in her life. I'm pretty sure that's something I've said in my life. But you know. Please burn forever. Amen. Thank you. Peace out, J-Dog. Or whoever we're worshipping there. I don't know. I feel like it's some kind of cult, actually. I don't know what to do with these. They look like invisible pieces of paper. It says random text generator. So I don't know what it does. I can't study it. It says study table! PTSD from Valheim Torch upkeep, right? That shit was god-awful. Constantly refilling those bastards. Okay. I go home. Also, Vice, nothing happened, but the joke is that Vtato, right, is a virtual me, right? Therefore, it's got the V. However, VTuber is like virtual YouTuber, but a Tato is a tuber. Vtato, VTuber, same thing. But Jargon mocks me every time I make that joke, and I'm like, it's so good though. It works. What's wrong with it? Why are you hating, man? It's a good one. I love it. It's very funny. To me only, apparently. Oh, your cack. Okay, well, at least someone else's. Every time I say that, Jargon is just like, I can't believe you just said that again. You want to fight with me every time I say it. Okay, you see. So now I take the bread back to the people, right? That'll be my last act before dudes is feeding my people. I've adopted these people. They're mine now. You only mock that I have to explain it? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay if I... Why is this a -1? What is this? Is this some... Oh, this is the tent that I didn't build. I'm so glad. This is why it was only... This makes a lot more sense now. I was like, why didn't it upgrade? And I was like, oh, maybe it's just gonna take a while to get back up. Nope. Anyway, this is fine. Wait, can I just go from here? As soon as you reminded me that a potato is also a tuber, all the alarms went off in my head. Oh man. I'm a menace. But it's okay. Okay, and then we'll also do wheat. Yeah. Can make like so. I wonder if you can get a zombie to automate. Oh, they got a little clothesline. That's cute. Okay. Man, they're so sorted here. I don't need to do shit for them. They got more grated carrots. You guys should grate those beets as well. They're pretty tasty. Yeah, these guys are fucking living it up, man. Literally building my own little city here. This is adorable. Okay, let me go back home. And then, yeah, you see, got more bread bacon there for them. They probably don't need it though, to be fair. I think they're quite fine. At one point, if someone gets it before she explains it, I'll permanently change my name to Jargonian and maybe eat a shoe. Wait, really? Pin that message forever. Can you do that? Or is it like per stream pinning? Because that would be pretty funny. Alright, I need to skedoodle. Apologies. In particular to Vice, because Vice just appeared. I just want to finish, like, save the game properly before I... It's in the pins in our chat. Oh shit, okay. That's perfect. I don't think anyone will ever get it. The shoe was something else. Okay, that's fine. Jump scare. Hey yo.
Thanks to @jargon1674 for my sub gift.
Glad to catch you for any amount of time. Oh, Vice. It's good to see you again. Yeah. Pop some music on. Alright, I need to go find a raid victim. I have 100 tabs open from this game because I'm really bad at it and I don't know what I'm doing half the time. But you know, it's okay. Alright, let's see. Ooh! This fine sir is playing Valheim. You guys want to go watch someone play Valheim? Dixie! Hello, cutie. What is he doing? Going for— oh shit! Oh, he's doing some— Has he already done it? I can't tell. Got that spam. I am ending Hassan. It is midnight. But yes, thank you for that gift sub from Jargon. GG's. Yes, unfortunately, I am skedoodling. Also, Jinxie, I hope your stream was good, girly. Because I was lurking earlier. Sorry I never say hi. I feel like an ass, but I also like... I'm a chronic lurker. I'm really bad at it. But my attention span is so poo-poo. Like, I say hello and then I forget I even said anything. Go to bed. You just finished studying now? Oh my... No league. No league. It's bedtime. Your mother has spoken, Hassan. You didn't say hi, but you've been... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just feel bad, like, every time I do it. Because, like, someone will raid me or they'll pop into my chat and I'm just like... Do I say I was lurking? It's not like I want brownie points. Like, I'm earning channel points. So that I can dish out the punishment later. But, like, you know... Okay, let me set up the raid. We're going to... Woblin. I don't know how much longer he's going to be streaming. He looks like he's doing inventory management now. I don't know if he fought the boss already. I can't tell. But he said he's going to Mistlands. So, I don't know, man. Maybe he's going to stream for a bit longer, but it's fine. Let us go with all the love in our hearts over to Woblin. Like I said, he's busy playing Valheim at the moment, which is a game that we all know and love. So yes, let's take all the love in our hearts over to him. Take it easy, hey! Yo! Yes, everyone, Happy New Year. Take care of yourselves. I will see you guys tomorrow, but not for a morning stream. I'll be doing an evening stream tomorrow. So yeah. Take care, everyone. Be good. Go stretch your legs, go drink, go eat, go sleep, whatever you need to do. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. Oh man, what a numpty. Anyway, is it gonna end before we raid?